Council meeting December 10th. Sound check one.
Good morning, everyone. I want to welcome everybody to the council meeting, the final council meeting of 2025. And say welcome to everyone. Councillor Cooper, Councillor Pauls, Councillor Alex Wilson, Councillor Jackson, Councillor Kassar, Councillor Francis, Councillor Wang, Councillor Taddison, Councillor Nan, Councillor Beattie, Councillor Clark, and Councillor Maureen Wilson, and Councillor McMeekin, who are all here with us, and of course, Councillor Kretsch, who is joining us online. Good morning, everyone, and welcome. And to all of our guests, as well as media and our staff, thanks for being here with us this morning. We have quorum present, I believe. Can you confirm that, please, Clerk?
Yes, Mayor, we do.
Excellent, thank you. That being the case, I'm going to be calling this meeting of City Council to order and ask folks, as you are able, to please stand for the national anthem. I also want to identify we have our Integrity Commissioner, Mr. Bogosian, with us as well. Please. Thank you. The City of Hamilton is situated upon the traditional territories of the Erie, Neutral, Huron-Wendat, Haudenosaunee, and Mississaugas. This land is covered by the Dish with One Spoon Wampum Belt Covenant, which was an agreement between the Haudenosaunee and Anishinaabe to share and care for the resources around the Great Lakes. We further acknowledge that this land is covered by the Between the Lakes Purchase 1792 between the Crown and the Mississaugas of the Credit First Nation. Today, the City of Hamilton is home to many Indigenous people from across Turtle Island, North America, and we recognize that we must do more to learn about the rich history of this land so that we can better understand our roles as residents, neighbours, partners, and caretakers. Members are reminded that all electronic devices are to be switched to a non-audible function during council meetings. Members are also reminded of the 5-minute time limit when asking questions and or making a statement, and that no member of council shall speak more than once on any matter at a council meeting without passing a motion to do so. If there are no objections, I have some changes to the agenda that are in front of us, and I'm actually going to ask the clerk to go forward with that, just so that makes it easy and clear in case anybody has any questions. So did you want to explain them, clerk, and then I'll move them to put them on the floor? Is that how you'd like to proceed?
So presuming there are no objections, we'll just move it as amended. Essentially, the few of them are procedural to move a few things just for overall procedural alignment. So we'd like to move up consideration of Bill 220. This is a bylaw to amend Bylaw 25100, which is a bylaw to provide for the imposition of a stormwater charge up in the agenda to be considered prior to any of the committee recommendations. The amendment to the agenda is required as the implementation date of the stormwater charge was already amended by Council on October 8th. So this is an administrative change giving me permission to actually go and update the bylaw to reflect Council's decision, which was made based on the minutes for the 24th. Additionally, we'd like to move up consideration of the November 28th General Issues Committee budget minutes so that they are dealt with at the same time as the November 24th minutes, so putting the two budget committee minutes together. And lastly, we just want to advise Council that we're actually going to recess the meeting approximately 10:50 today in order to attend a ministerial announcement that's occurring here at City Hall. This will give members of Council an opportunity to attend. but we will look to reconvene the meeting at approximately 11:30. And those are all the recommended changes unless there are further amendments from members of council.
Thanks very much. Then, with those changes described, we have a question. Councillor Jackson, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Horvath, and good morning. I want to make sure crystal clear through you to the City Clerk Trenum on the bill regarding the stormwater fee. My position has been well known for several years, opposed to the rain tax. So we voted on the bylaw 2-3 months ago, I believe. I want to make sure that what he has said today is merely a technicality from his administrative standpoint. I want to make clear of that. Or do I need to once again provide my consistent vote as I've done before? Because I know Councillor Taddison has an amending motion later on. I just want to make sure this was just a technicality through you, Mayor Horvath, please.
Absolutely, Councillor Jackson. Clerk Trenum?
So through you, Mayor, to the councillor, absolutely. The decision was made by the committee, recommendations approved there, and then approved by council. So the decision has been made and staff have implemented that decision, both represented in the proposed budget as well as in everything leading up to that point. This is essentially me asking your permission to now update the bylaw to reflect that decision. It is administrative in nature that I'm asking for the change.
Thank you, City Clerk Trenum. I'm satisfied with that. Thank you, Mayor Horvath.
Thank you, Councillor Jackson.
Just a question.
Sure, Councillor Taddison, please go ahead.
Question for clarification. We are allowed to bring an amending motion to a situation where we're in the same meeting where we're enacting the bylaw?
Clerk Trenum?
That's correct. So the motion that Councillor Taddison is speaking to would be a further amendment to that, unrelated, absolutely in order, and is connected with the budget as well, which is why that can be brought forward under the budget minutes.
Thank you for that clarity.
Okay, thanks very much, Councillor Taddison. Thank you, Clerk Trenum. So then, are there any further amendments to the agenda than what has been discussed? Seeing none, then, may I have a motion to approve the agenda as amended? Moved by Councillor Beattie, seconded by Councillor Wang. Can we have a show of hands, please? That carries unanimously. Thank you very much. We're on to declarations of interest. Member of Council, are there any declarations of interest this morning? Councillor Taddison?
7.9 AFNA minutes, item 10.1, funding support for ice scraper replacement at the Glenford Curling Club. I'm a recreational member of the club, so I need a separate vote so I can abstain from voting on that item.
Thank you very much. Can you just repeat which item so that we should make sure the clerks have it so that they can remind me?
7.9 AFNA minutes, item 10.1, funding support for ice scraper replacement.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Taddison. Councillor Spadafora.
Thank you, Mayor, and I'll apologize. It seems like that's going to be the trend today, but I apologize in advance to clerks. I don't know the item number offhand, but I have two declarations that I need to declare. They're both disqualifying. One is on the rental licensing pilot or motion, whatever it is, as I'm a landlord. Second is ICE user fees that are in the GIC budget report, I believe, as I have a disqualifying interest.
Okay, so 8.8 for which one? The ice hockey one? 8.8 for the ice hockey one. And let me just... Okay, and so you'll just give us a flag then when the appropriate time comes, depending on who's in the chair.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. And Councillor Taddison, was yours a disqualifying or non-disqualifying?
If I'm abstaining, I believe it's disqualifying.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate the clarification. Okay, are there any further then? Councillor Nam, please.
Thank you, Mayor. On item 7.10, the ECS committee minutes, item 8.3 within that committee agenda, out of an abundance of caution, a family member is a resident at a long-term care facilities, and this is an item related to products that residents use. Thank you.
Okay, thanks very much. Okay, so with those declarations underway, we are now going to get back to the agenda. As you know, those who have noted the disqualifying interest will ensure that when it's time to vote on the matter, you will abstain, and your interest will be noted correctly in the council minutes, and that's that. So now we're on to a fun thing. which is a ceremonial activity, and that's the Winona Peach Festival, or the Winona Peach Festival check presentation. Council supported the Winona Peach Festival with an interest-free loan for electrical infrastructure upgrades, and the Winona Peach Festival has been repaying that loan in $10,000 increments as a check presented to council at the December council meeting, traditionally for a couple of years now. And so we have Robert Bob Lockwood, Peach Festival President, who is here with us today, and I'm going to ask him to come down to the podium and ask Councillor Beattie to also join me at the podium. Oh, we were, okay, that's fine. Just when we do the photo, we should do it over here with the flags.
We will. Yeah, sorry. Bob asked me to do the talking. He's lost his voice this morning. On behalf of the Winona Peach Festival. Okay, so you'll recall every year that the festival comes back to make this repayment, so it's always nice to get money back when we loan it out. Thank you for doing that. It was a bit of a challenging year in 2025. The festival embarked on some stringent new security measures as a result of some unfortunate events in 2024. So we really didn't know what we were getting ourselves into, but I will say the response that I heard and what I saw, spending many hours there, was that it was smoothly done, very little issue. Everybody felt safe, everybody was safe, and my hat's off personally to our Hamilton Police for all of the work that they did in preparing for this event, and of course with Bob's team and the security detail, private security detail that the festival pays for as well. I don't know if you really want to part with this. I'm sure it was really expensive to do all of that, but I know that on behalf of the council, we certainly appreciate getting the money back. So thank you very much, sir, and we'll come up and take a picture. Anything else you want to add?
No, that's great.
All right, perfect.
Thank you for everything you do to make that festival happen. It's quite spectacular.
You go in the middle and you hand her the check.
Oh, okay. All right.
I don't need the check. Thank you.
It is good.
There you go. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Excellent. And I'm going to hand this check right over to the clerks so that it's not in my hands at Christmas time. Just kidding. But thank you very much again to Bob and to the whole team. Lots of volunteers, lots of vendors. It's a fantastic way to spend time in the summer. Okay, we're now on to the approval of the minutes of the previous meeting. So 5.1 is November 19th, 2025. May I have a motion to approve the minutes of the November 19th, 2025 meeting as presented? Moved by Councillor Wang, seconded by Councillor Pauls. Any discussion on the minutes, folks? Seeing none, we'll go to the vote. We'll take a show of hands vote on this one. All in favor? Any opposed? That carries. Thanks very much. Items for information is next on our agenda. We're at 6.1 and 6.2, Hamilton Integrity Commissioner's Annual Reports. May I have a motion to receive the Hamilton Integrity Commissioner's 2023, 2024, and 2024-2025 Annual Reports? Moved by Councillor Wang, seconded by Councillor Cooper. All those in, hold on. Now we have to go to discussion. Is there any discussion on either of the reports? Please indicate in our normal way electronically, and we'll go to a speakers list if one is put together. I don't see any folks wishing to speak. Councillor Alex Wilson?
Thank you. Just a quick question. Is there a cadence with which we're expecting future reporting? I think this is my first cut getting an annual report, and we're getting 2 annual reports at once. And so I'm just wondering if maybe the broader kind of picture of these annual reports staff could give a quick overview of, not any details on these specific ones, but just the structure of the reporting.
Sure. Thanks very much, Councillor Wilson. I'll send that over to Clerk Trenum.
Yeah,
Please
I'll
go ahead.
take it and I'll allow the Integrity Commissioner to add on. I believe this is the time you would normally see the report and as this part in the cycle, given the time that the contract started with the city. The 2023-2024 report, while submitted to the city, never made it to an agenda for a number of administrative issues. However, in discussions with the IC, we thought it best to bring them together, which is why they're together today.
Okay, that's good. I see, Integrity Commissioner, did you want to add anything to that?
No.
Thanks, Mr. Bogosian. Okay, so we are then not seeing any speakers on the two annual reports. We'll go to a vote on that, and that again is a show of hands vote. So please indicate your votes. In favor? Any opposed? That carries unanimously. Thanks very much. We're now on to 6.3, City of Hamilton Integrity Commissioner's Report regarding citation. Complaint re, Councillor Spatafora, comments regarding staff, GDB Hamilton ICI 2025-015. May I start, please, by having a motion to receive the report? Moved by Councillor Beattie, seconded by Councillor Nan. Any discussion on the report? Councillor Spatafora, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll keep this brief. I wanted to thank the IC for bringing this report forward, and I wanted to issue a public apology in regards to my comments made during those meetings as indicated in the report. Thank you. So I apologize to staff for those comments made during those committee meetings and in the newsletter. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Spatafora. Are there any other speakers to this report that's in front of us? Seeing none, please then we'll take the vote in terms of the receipt of the report. Can those folks who are in favor please indicate now with a show of hands? Okay, any opposed? That carries unanimously. Thank you very much. We're now on to 6.4, City of Hamilton Integrity Commissioner's Report regarding citation, complaint re, former King West BIA Board of Management member and treasurer, Michael R. Sibin, alleged misappropriation of funds, GGB Hamilton ICI 2025-013. May I have a motion to receive the report? Moved by Councillor Wang, seconded by Councillor Kretsch. Thank you very much. Is there any discussion on this report? If so, please indicate. Seeing none, we'll then go to the vote. Can we have a show of hands vote on this one as well? Those in favor? Any opposed? That carries unanimously. Thanks very much. Thank you for your work today and for your work that we considered in today's meeting. IC Bogosian, appreciate that. We're now on to 6.5, which is proposed amendments to the Revitalizing Hamilton Tax Increment Grant Program and Barton Kenilworth Tax Increment Grant Program terms, respecting the payment of grants towards outstanding municipal property tax arrears. May I have a motion to receive the report, please? Moved by Councillor Spatafora, seconded by Councillor Wang. Any discussion on this report, 6.5? Seeing none, let's have a show of hands vote on this one too, please. All those in favor? Any opposed? Seeing none, that carries unanimously. Thanks very much. Now we're on to the bylaws, the one that we talked about bringing up in the agenda, if I'm not mistaken, early on. So this is technically item 13, which has been brought forward. Councillor Pauls, may I please have the motion on Bill 2020?
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Mayor. Moved by myself and second by Councillor Jackson that the bill number 25-2020 be passed and that the corporate seal be affixed thereto and to the bylaws be numbered. Be signed by the mayor and the city clerk to read as follows. A bylaw that amend bylaw 25-100 being bylaw to provide for the imposition of the stormwater charge.
Thanks very much. Councillor Pauls, is there any discussion on the bill? No, seeing none. Councillor Tattison.
I'm just going to ask the clerk, is this the time when I introduce this? Because I thought that, okay, thank you, thank you.
Yeah, that's for later on in the agenda. Okay. All right, that's great. Seeing no further speakers on the bill, can we have an electronic vote, please, on the bills? Oh, and this will be the first one, so everybody's got to be a wee bit patient. That carries 15 to 1. Thanks very much. We are now on to item 7, which is committee recommendations, HTDS 7.1, HTDS 25-001, sole voting member of the Hamilton Tourism Development Corporation, February 11th, 2025. Councillor Spatafora, may I please have a motion to receive and approve the recommendations within the sole voting member of the Hamilton Tourism Development Corporation minutes of February 11th, 2025.
Thank you, Mayor. Moved by myself, second by Councillor Cassar, that the HTDS 25-001 being the minutes of the sole voting member of the Hamilton Tourism Development Corporation meeting held on February 11th, 2025, be received and the recommendations contained therein be approved. Is that date right?
Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
Thanks very much. Any items within the minutes that members would like to speak to, amend, or have voted on separately? Seeing none, we'll then go to the electronic vote, please. That carries 16 to 0. Thanks very much. We are now on to 7.2, SABC 2025-010, Selection Committee for Agencies, Boards, and Subcommittees, November 21st, 2025. Councillor Cassar, may I please have a motion to receive, approve the recommendations within the Selection Committees for Agencies, Boards, and Subcommittees minutes of November 1st, 2025.
Of course, Mayor Horvath, moved by me, seconded by Councillor Alex Wilson, that SABC 25-010 being the minutes of the Selection Committee for Agencies, Boards, and Subcommittees meeting held on Friday, November 21st, 2025, item 7.2 be received and the recommendations contained therein be approved.
Thanks very much. Are there any items within the minutes members would like to speak to, amend, or have voted on separately? Seeing no speakers, we'll then go to the electronic vote, please. And that carries 16 to 0. Thanks very much. 7.3, GICB 25-010, General Issues Committee Budget 2026, November 24th, 2025. Councillor Maureen Wilson, may I please have a motion to receive, are we doing both of these at once?
We are, but
She's taken over.
Okay, I'm not hearing what you're saying, so.
She takes the chair.
I wasn't even looking at that, I'm sorry. See, I got all the way to 7.3. Councillor Wilson, I'm now going to relinquish the chair to you as the budget chair for the consideration of 7.3 and 7.5. So. Yes, please come to the front. That'd be helpful. Thank you. Francis.
Okay, we're coupling the 24th and the 28th minutes together from the GICB. Councillor Kassar, may I please have a motion to receive and approve the recommendations within the GIC budget 2026 minutes of November the 24th and the 28th, please?
Together?
Yes, please.
All right, it's moved by me, seconded by Councillor Wang, that GIC 25, or GICB 25-010 and 011, being the minutes of the General Issues Committee budget meetings held on Friday, November 24th and 28th, 2025, items 7.3 and 7.5 be received and the recommendations contained therein be approved.
Thank you very much. It's been duly moved and seconded. I believe we have a forthcoming amendment from Councillor Taddison, and anyone else, of course, has that prerogative. Councillor Taddison, please introduce your amendment.
I have an amending motion. It's moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Jeff Beattie, that minute item 7.1 respecting report FCS 25050 2026 water bill, water budget citywide be amended to read as follows. 7.1, that the report FCS 25050 respecting 2026 water budget citywide and the accompanying staff presentation be received, that staff be directed to prepare and submit for council's consideration an amending bylaw to revise the implementation date of bylaw 25-100 from July 1st, 2026 to January 1st, 2027, and that the proposed water budget be amended as follows to reflect the stormwater fee implementation date of January 1st, 2027. Item I, that the metered water consumption charges for average residential property meters 25 millimeters in size and less in the City of Hamilton be adopted as the following rates effective January 1st, 2026. I guess I'll say from 0 to 10, 1.21, and greater than 10, 2.42. Item 2, that the metered water consumption charge for commercial, industrial, institutional, and larger residential properties meters greater than 25 millimeters in size in the City of Hamilton be adopted at the rate of $2.42 per cubic meter effective January 1st, 2026. Item number 3, that the daily water fixed charges for all properties in the City of Hamilton be adopted at the following rates effective January 1st, 2026. Should I read the entire chart, clerk? Or can you put that up? Meter size, 15 meters. Daily rate, 56 cents. 16 meters, 56 cents. 20 millimeters, 56 cents. All the way to 25 millimeters, $1.40. 38 millimeters, $2.80. 50 millimeters, $4.48. 75 millimeters, $8.96. 100 millimeters, $14. 150 millimeters, $28. 200 millimeters, $44.80, 250 millimeters, $64.40, and 300 millimeters, $95.20. Item 4, that the wastewater storm treatment charges for average residential properties in the City of Hamilton be adopted at the following rates, effective January 1st, 2026, and that's from $1.31, and greater than 10 is 2.61. That the wastewater storm treatment charge for all commercial, industrial, institutional, and larger residential properties, meters greater than 25 millimeters in size in the City of Hamilton be adopted at the rate of 2.61 per cubic meter effective January 1st, 2026. Item 6, that the daily water storm fixed charges for all properties in the City of Hamilton be adopted at the following rates January 1st, 2026, as noted on the chart. Item 7, that the residential non-metered annual water rate be adopted at the flat rate of $883.30 per annum effective January 1st, 2026. That the residential non-metered annual wastewater storm rate be adopted at the flat rate of $952.65 per annum effective January 1st, 2026. Item 9, that the residential combined non-metered annual water and wastewater storm rate be adopted at the flat rate of $1,835.95 per annum effective January 1st, 2026. Item 10, that the private fire line rates be adopted at the following rates effective January 1st, 2026, as stated, as shown in the diagram above. Item 11, that this 2026 wastewater and storm proposed user fees and charges be adopted as per Appendix G to report FCS 25050 effective January 1st, 2026. Item 12, that the 2026 water, wastewater, and stormwater operating budget in the amount of $346,844,073 be adopted as Appendix B to report FCS 25050. Item 13, that the longstanding financing plan for the water, wastewater, and stormwater programs and related rate increases required to meet sustainable financing as identified in the 2026 water, wastewater, and stormwater operating budget forecast 2027 to 2035 Appendix B, report FC 25050 be approved in principle. There's still another page. Item 14, that the 2026 wastewater, wastewater, and stormwater capital budget and financing plan in the amount of $252,018,630 be adopted as per Appendices K, N, Q, and S to report FCS 25050. 1 second, please. That the 2027-2035 water, wastewater, stormwater capital budget forecast and financing, Appendix I, to report FC 25050 be approved in principle. That the mayor authorize the city solicitor to prepare for council adoption all necessary bylaws respecting the 2026 water and wastewater storm user fees, charges, and rates set out in recommendations A through K of report FCS 25050. That the mayor authorize on behalf of the city of Hamilton, the general manager, finance, and corporate services to negotiate and confirm the terms for the placement and issuance of all debenture issues and or private placement debenture issues in either a public or private market and or bank loan agreements and debenture issues and or variable interest rate bank loan agreements and debenture issues in an amount not to exceed 41,491,427 Canadian currencies as attached in Appendices K, N, and Q to report FCS 25050, which includes $27,640,077 in water budget municipal debt and $13,842,350,000 water budget development charges municipal debt. Item, I'm going to say 18, that the mayor authorize on behalf of the city of Hamilton, the general manager, finance, and corporate services to engage the services of all required professionals to secure the terms and issuance of the debenture issues described in recommendations Q and S, including but not limited to external legal counsel and fiscal agents. That the mayor authorize on behalf of the city of Hamilton, the general manager, finance, and corporate services to enter into or execute all agreements and necessary ancillary documents to secure the terms and issuance of the debenture issues described in recommendations Q and R and conditional upon the report FC 25050 on terms and conditions satisfactory to the general manager, finance, and corporate services and in a form satisfactory to the city solicitor. That the mayor authorize staff to prepare all necessary bylaws for council's adoption for the purpose of authorizing debenture issues described in recommendation Q to report FCS 25050, and that the mayor authorize the city of Hamilton continue to appeal to the provincial government of Ontario and federal government of Canada for financial assistance in addressing the infrastructure deficit in the water, wastewater, and storm programs. So,
Councillor Tadston.
that could be the longest motion ever.
I'm going to lean into my prerogative of chair because I think it is my duty to ensure that all members understand what's going on here so that they can participate fully in the debate that will follow your amendment. So what Councillor Tadston is proposing is to move the date of implementation of the stormwater fee from July 1st, 2026 to January the 1st, 2027. As a consequence of that, it means that the 2026 water budget, as we have been deliberating thus far, will not be aligned. And so it means that all the numbers that were supplied to you are calibrated on the stormwater fee beginning July 1st, 2026. If this amendment is successful, it will inform that calibration and those calculations, which will affect the outcome of the rate. And we can have some questions to our finance team and others about what will be that calculus, what will be that impact. But it was necessary for Councillor Tattison to read all of that into the public record because it will have an impact on the rate and all the tables therein. My apologies for you have the floor still, but I thought it was important because I saw some eyebrows going up.
I understand those eyebrows. When I first looked at it, I understood that too. The way I understood this was when I sat down with Jim Zagaric, he said that there will be an increase as a result of this in terms of the original rebate from 10 down to 5 something. It's going to go back up to about 7 in terms of this if we delay this as I've expected. So for me, the situation around the water bill is very fluid. And everyone knows in terms of stormwater management fee, I've had lots of questions and how this affects our growth. I have questions about how this affects our growth and economic development and the city's ability to attract major players to our industrial parks. I have questions about how this affects our small businesses, the ma and pa shops that are generational and may have a larger parking lot, but small revenues. I have questions about how this affects our school boards. There's no extra revenue coming from the Ministry of Education, and I believe those dollars are needed in the classrooms. And now we have directions from the province that it's going to further come forward and provide guidelines to municipalities on stormwater management fees, but there are still lots of questions around that as well, and there's lots of uncertainties. Finally, I also have questions about the readiness of staff and Electra to transition by mid-year with all this unfolding around the water bill. And so for these reasons, I think it would be prudent to wait for the start of another year before we initiate the stormwater management fee. There's a cloud of turbidity around the water bills for next year. My amendments to the bylaw allow things to settle around the water bill and bring a stability to the residents for what their bills will be for next year. Thank you.
We have a speakers list active. Councillor Beattie, followed by Councillor Jackson, followed by Councillor Clark thus far, and I will be asked to be put on the speaker list at the conclusion of all first-time speakers. Councillor Beattie.
Thank you, Chair, and through you. The reasoning for my seconding, and perhaps I can offer my thoughts as a more concise, certainly more concise than the 5-minute reading of the bylaw. I have concerns, having participated in conversations at AFNA, having been a member of that committee and seen reports coming forward from staff pertaining to the implementation of the billing. This is my primary concern. I think that what Councillor Tattison is offering from that perspective is a 6-month delay, 6 months. It's not a tremendous amount of time, but it is a buffer that allows staff to ensure a smooth transition away from the Electra platform to our own platform. We've already seen that we've had to extend this once. I'm trying to provide some surety and confidence, both to staff and to the general public, that we'll be able to meet that new billing target with a new billing system that we are constructing essentially from the ground up. And having to migrate, and I'll say this again, it's been said before, 53,000 ratepayers who are on an auto withdrawal system currently have to be migrated from one system to another. And the complication of this, of course, with Electra, there's a number of municipalities that are undertaking the same process at the same time. And it's my understanding that if we were to miss the current window of July, it doesn't mean that we simply ask for another month extension. We actually drop to the bottom of the queue. Another municipality takes our place and we wait. So with that in mind, I think that this is actually a prudent decision to move this forward for 6 months, allowing additional space for the new billing system to be implemented, for the 53,000 residents that have to be migrated to be brought over to the new system. Councillor Totteson has also made mention of some legislative changes potentially coming from the province. That is a consideration. There are also concerns raised from the school board that there will be a report coming in January of this year, January, I believe, in terms of how we treat our school board partners with regards to the stormwater rate, so that we're not inadvertently siphoning valuable dollars out of the classroom to the tune of $750,000. I'd like the opportunity to engage in those discussions as well, but primarily this is about allowing space for the proper transition, and so that we don't end up in July asking in a haphazard way for another extension, which really does place the whole program in peril at a later date. Thank you.
Thank you. I have, just so folks know, Councillor Jackson, Clark, Kassar, Alex Wilson. Thank you. Councillor Beatty, or Jackson, beg your pardon.
Thank you and good morning, Budget Chair Maureen Wilson. A comment and a question to General Manager Zagarek. This is what happens, lesson learned, maybe it's not, in June of 2023 when the majority of council, in my humble opinion, rushed through the stormwater fee without greater consultation. Through you to General Manager Zagarek. In theory, I want to support Councillor Tattison's deferral, and that would send it to the next term of council. Whoever may be here then could take possibly a fresh look at it. Having said that, if his amending motion does pass today, does that mean that my constituents, the water ratepayers, will pay more on the rate this year in 2025? Through you, Budget Chair Maureen Wilson, to GM Zagarek, please.
Thank you. GM Zagarek is just absent momentarily.
Oh, my
so I
apologies.
will seek some direction, whether I'm looking
Director
to Director
McMullen?
Weaver or Director McMullen. I'm not sure.
Yes, I'll do the chair over to Clerk Weaver.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Director Weaver, please.
Director Weaver, please. My apologies. I didn't see GM Zagarek wasn't in the room. My apologies.
You're forgiven.
Good morning, Kirk Weaver, Acting Director, Financial Planning, Administration and Policy. If the councillor's motion passes, we would continue to collect the stormwater program revenues through the wastewater rate as we have in the past. And for 2026, that would result in an average residential increase of 7.32% or $77.65 annually.
So that's up from the current, Acting Director Weaver, that's up from the current 5.82 that we saw over the last month when we had presentations on the water budget for 2026. Are you saying now it's 7.32? Through you, Budget Chair Wilson?
Through the chair, yes. If this motion passes, that would be the impact.
Well, this is going to create and put me in an unfortunate box because I wanted to, in theory, support Councillor Tattison's deferral, but maybe some other comments and questions from other colleagues will push me over one way or the other. Thanks, Budget Chair Wilson.
Councillor Clark, please.
Thank you, Chair Wilson. Just to Director McMullen, trying to get a clarification. So it was moved to July 1st. If we move it to January 1st, we lose 6 months of revenue from the stormwater tax or the rain tax. And you're indicating that instead of 5.82% increase on the water rate, it's going to be 7 point whatever. Can you tell me the variance between those numbers? How much is the actual cost going to be on the residential taxpayer?
Through the chair, it would result in an average residential water bill of $1,139.15.
No, I mean the increase. So it was 5.82%. From that, say the charge annually for residents would be an increase of $75. By doing this, it's going to increase whatever that average fee was. What is the increase going to be? not the total number. What's the difference between where we are and what you need to add on?
So the difference between the 5.82 and the 7.3% would be about $16.
So $16 to put this off, $16 per residence in order to put this off until January 1. Correct?
Correct.
Thank you. I'm going to support the motion. I don't see, first off, I'm quite concerned that we're not going to get it done to begin with because of resourcing. Let's be realistic. Secondly, residents really did not have an opportunity to speak to this increase or not. If you recall, June 28th, 2023, we had a special GIC meeting, and then 15 minutes later, a special council meeting, and those two meetings created the rain tax and law. There was no consultation. It came out in the discussions. The only people that were consulted was the Industrial Association, can't remember the exact name, and Environment Hamilton. So there was the residents did not know that we were sitting there on June 28th discussing a new tax. And I thought that was a mistake. You will recall, I tried to defer it for 30 days, Councillor McMeekin and I, just so that we could consult the farmers who we had promised to consult. Subsequent to that, of course, Councillor Kassar, I believe, was leading the charge for the credit system for the agricultural community. So I think putting it off until the new year and having a fresh eyes from a new council, it may do nothing. It may just simply move on, and that's fine. But if the council in the future wants to change it, so be it. So for those reasons, I will support Councillor Tattison's motion.
Councillor Kassar, please.
Thanks, Chair Wilson. This morning, it's comments from members. This is the first time I've heard about any concern, supposedly on behalf of staff, that this may not, the transition may not happen in time. I heard two things. One, first, the transition of billing from electric to the City of Hamilton, which is separate from stormwater, would be happening anyway, which I believe is scheduled for April next year. And then the implementation of a stormwater fee in July. So through you, Chair, I'd like to ask staff to comment on if I have it right and what's happening with the transition from Electra. And then secondly, is there any concern that we will not be able to make the transition as council has already directed?
Thank you, Director McMullen.
Yeah, so through the chair, Acting Director McMullen, Acting General Manager, McMullen for GM Zegeric. I understand Clayton Pereira is online to answer questions related to Electra.
Director Pereira, did you hear the question? And if not, happy to repeat it for you.
Through the chair, Clayton Pereira, Director of Revenue Services. Thank you. I did hear the question being asked.
Thank you.
We are currently working on a status report for the January council meeting that will provide an update to council as was previously indicated in the October council report, where there was a request to provide a status on the progress. I can say at this point that we are progressing as planned with the milestones that have been indicated so far. And so there is no concern in regards to the plan for March 30th go live.
Okay, thank you for that. So I think that's important to have on the public record that the concerns that have been raised here around the horseshoe aren't based on any information from staff. Maybe it's, I'm not sure, I can't speak for other councillors on why that would be. So staff have proposed the transition to take the billing from Electra. We're on track for that. And I also heard that we're on track for the transition in July for the stormwater fee. So I don't accept that as a basis why we need to delay. We've been at this several times. We've had several presentations over a couple years. on why we need to have stormwater stable funding, have it a fair process that's not based on water usage, it's based on impermeable surfaces. I think that's been well established. Yes, it's going to be changed, and there's no indication from staff that I've heard that we can't proceed as planned. So I will not be supporting the amendment.
Councillor Alex Wilson, please.
Thank you. Through you to the chair, through you to staff. With respect to the overall budget for stormwater fees, portion of it's funded from the levy, but the majority is funded from wastewater services. Do those services extend across the whole city area when we think about just the rate-funded portion of the services? Could you talk through the chair about some of those services that residents on the rate system are currently contributing to?
Just some deliberation on who's going to speak to this, Councillor.
Through the chair, just looking for clarity, you're looking for discussion of what level of service is provided through the wastewater rate for storm programs?
Yeah, within the $63 million basket, there's kind of those three chunks. Two of them come from property taxes. One of them comes from the levy, primarily the services delivered by Hamilton Water. Could you describe what those services are, whether they're natural water course management, built systems, like where does the money go that's being collected? So we've established who it's being collected by, ratepayers. Where does that money go?
Director Vanderperk.
Good morning. I'm Carrie Vanderperk. I'm Acting Director of Hamilton Water through the chair. So if you're talking, Councillor, just for clarification about the stormwater rate services, so across the city, that would go to, yes, you're right, it's water courses, maintaining stormwater ponds, maintaining the stormwater sewers and ditches that we have across the city, as well as any receiving water bodies. So money would also be allocated to Watershed Action Plan in order to assist with the delisting of Hamilton Harbor as an area of concern.
Thank you. And none of those specific programs are funded by catchment area, for example, outside of, say, Conservation Authority levies. So, for example, if I lived in the Sydenham Creek catchment area, I'm not only paying into my rates are not only going to that catchment area. If I contribute to the citywide system. And if I don't contribute, well, then I don't contribute to the citywide system for those stormwater services. Is that an accurate understanding of kind of the funding of those, the portion of those services that are citywide in nature?
Through the chair, you're correct, yes.
Okay, thank you. Through you, Chair, just some comments from me. I really appreciate the comments from colleagues around, hey, did we find the right fairness? Is this the right balance in the new program? And I think I've heard concerns from residents, I've heard concerns from community members that say, hey, maybe not. I think through some of the changes we've made, there's been a lot of continuous improvement in the program, and I do support the direction we're headed at this moment in time. However, I think there's a difference between saying, hey, we have this problem we're trying to solve, we didn't quite get the solution, and understanding that the status quo is also a problem. That was where we started from, was a unanimous understanding that the current system is also unfair. The current system that involves people who are connected to the built system, paying for services that have a citywide impact. And then folks sometimes who are directly adjacent to those headwater features or natural water courses not necessarily contributing to some of the maintenance for those, although contributing in property taxes going into other things. I think if we're having a conversation about fairness, and that's an important part, we have to acknowledge the lack of fairness in the existing model. I don't think that continuing on that model without a clear plan for transition at the end of that, without an understanding of where we're actually landing, does provide either fairness or clarity for residents. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cooper, please.
Thank you, Chair. Just on a point of clarification, so I heard that, we're at 5.82, we're going to 7.32. The delta between those two numbers is $16. Did I hear that correctly? Okay, so then, what we aren't taking into account is $16 is...
Sorry, I should clarify that. Sorry to interrupt.
Yep.
Those are always average numbers. It depends on the property, and if you would like a further explanation of that, I shouldn't have interrupted you. If you would like to seek that clarification, please proceed.
Thank you, Chair. No, we're talking in average numbers, so I'm okay with what you said. Thank you for that. So that $16 does also include the rain tax. And if we see what's happening provincially right now, where the farmers are now being pulled out of the rain tax, it means the rain tax for everybody else would have went up, okay, in that model. And so if you look at where we would be with that, you know, the farmers excluded, what the rain tax was going to be on the average resident, as we're talking about, where would that $16, that $16 would come down? Because $16, it's not including the fact that we now have the rain tax separate and we're taxing people for that. So what would be the difference between that fully loaded rain tax and the $16? Like, what is the real difference? I don't believe it is actually $16 when you take that rain tax into account.
Okay, if I've understood your question, it's sort of a hypothesis. If A, then B. So your question to staff is, if the stormwater fee does not move forward,
yes,
we move from 5.82 to 7.32.
Yes.
And if agricultural rural properties are excluded,
yes,
what will the impact be? And your thesis is seeking confirmation that, in fact, the $16 goes down as opposed to up. Is that your question?
Slightly differently. The $16, okay, nets out the rain tax, okay? So if you look at where we are right now, we're at 5.82 plus a rain tax. Okay, we're putting the rain tax back in and we're saying now it's 7.32. But we still had a rain tax at 5.82 that's not picked up in that percentage. So if we actually fully load our cost and put the rain tax together with the 5.82, also realizing now we're dealing with rurals back in that rain tax, is driving it up for the average residential person we're talking about. The current tax rate is not 5.82 including the rain tax, it's a much higher number.
Okay, I'm going to look to Director Weaver, please.
Through the chair, the 5.82% proposal did include the implementation of the stormwater fee as of July 1st, 2026. So the 5.82 did include that. Okay. The proposed amendment on the floor now would, if passed, would require us to delay the implementation to January 1, 2027, which would result in the 2026 stormwater program being fully funded from wastewater rates, which it currently is, which results in the 7.32% increase. So that and the delta between those two, as I referenced earlier, is the $16. So it is inclusive of the stormwater program. However, it's funded either on the wastewater rates or on a stormwater fee.
Thank you. And so would the 5.82 also include the new direction with removing rural from the rain tax?
Through the chair, no, it would not include that. That's legislation that hasn't been passed. It's been proposed, so it has not been factored into this year's budget.
Thank you.
Councillor Francis.
Thank you, Chair, and through you to staff. So when we first came into council a few years ago, when we had this discussion nearly 3 years ago, what was the projection at that time from staff that the budget was going to be today? If I recall, it was supposed to be 10% a year for the next 10 years. Is that correct?
Director Weaver.
Through the chair, yes, the original forecast for the water, wastewater, and stormwater programs did what was 10% over the next 10 years, beginning in, I believe, 2024's budget.
Thank you. And through you, Chair, and just so I'm crystal clear, if this amendment is passed today, what will the entire rate budget percentage be for the rest of the year? Was 7-point-something%?
Through the chair, that's correct. If this motion passes, it would be 7.32%.
Okay, so I'll just say through you, Chair, the fact that we were projected to be at 10% a year, now we're at 7%. I'm happy to support Councillor Tattison's amendment. It's a prudent amendment for all the reasons that were stated here, especially Councillor Beattie, some of the things that he touched upon here. I am supportive of this amendment, and this is something that the next council can take a look at if they decide to. Thank you.
So the mayor just had to step out. She's next on the speakers list, so very happy to come back to her. I'm wondering if Deputy Mayor, would you assume the chair?
Yes, I will. Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you. Okay, where to begin on this? Let me just start. through Councillor Kassar, we were able to, and through the response from Director Pereira, it has been raised that there is a risk that we're not going to be ready for the transition over to Electra, and it would be prudent to put this off. At AFNA, and as ratified by Council, we directed staff that they are going to report back to us on an update on our capacity to transition. We heard from Director Pereira that he is on his game, he is ready, and a report will be forthcoming in January, providing members of this body with an update on that. So it is, I don't want to cast aspersions, but it is much easier to cast doubt than to lean into, we have a report forthcoming that is going to provide us with an update. And there is no inclination provided by staff that we will be negligent in meeting those deadlines for that transition. In fact, my understanding from that AFNA discussion is that staff have been reaching out to those 53,000 ratepayers, many of whom are pre-authorized, and they are going to continue that work, and they have been continuing that work to ensure that that transition is easy, smooth, and effective. With respect to what problem are we trying to fix, it has been long established that the present system is unsustainable and unfair. And in terms of community consultation, we have been at this discussion formally as a municipality since 2008. During that time, Council moved to create a committee of rate users, including agricultural representatives, industry, residents, and council. And that was subsequently canceled. We have tried and tried and tried at this, as we do in many things, and the existing system remains unfair. In terms of fairness, I heard Councillor, the mover of the amendment, speak to the precarious future of industrial and manufacturing shops and how this particular stormwater rate might be injurious to their future. Quite the contrary. So let's speak to the facts on that. If I could, through the Deputy Mayor, could you please provide a summation, Deputy Mayor, of what will be the impact on small business, mom and pop business, large industrial who are right now in a precarious position with respect to tariffs and economic uncertainty, also institutional, through the chair.
Thank you. And who
Point of
will
order.
answer that?
Point of order.
What's the point of order?
I just want to clarify exactly what I said, and meaning no because I did say that, but I did also say it was ma and pa shops with large parking lots that were inherited, and small revenues. So there's a difference between a ma and pa shop and a ma and pa shop with a large parking lot. Thank you, because it is based on impervious area.
Okay, so I don't think it's a point of order. So we're going to get the answer from, who would like to answer that? How the effect will be?
Through the chair, I can provide a general overview in terms of the stormwater fee and its calculation in terms of in the impervious area. There's a SFU rate that's established, and based on the amount of impervious area that a property has, that will determine the number of SFU units that they're charged. And so the system will be set up that if they're currently paying a wastewater bill, they would then, should the stormwater fee, once it comes into effect, there would be a reduction of their on their wastewater rate, and an application of the SFU rate for the stormwater fee would take place as well. It'll affect each property differently. Some will have increases over what they're currently paying, and others will have decreases. I don't have specific examples with me at the moment, but it would depend on the impervious area of that property.
Thank you, Director Weaver. Councillor Wilson.
Thank you. As noted by our city's Economic Development Department, if we look at Hamilton's business parks, the number of businesses that are impacted with respect to these economic conditions, Red Hill, 8.10%, Ancaster, 11.6%, Stony Creek West, 13.6%, Stony Creek East, 7.10%, Bayfront, 10.7%, MIP, 7.2%, Dundas Employment Area, 6.2%, Hamilton East Employment Area, 14.8%. My comment further then to Director Weaver is in the March report to this body in 2005, you provided a table which showed the general impact of the present proposed stormwater management fee. And in that table, if I can just scroll to it now, I beg your indulgence. In that table, you provided an impact on what it would mean for industrial food processing of this stormwater management fee. Their fee would go down 11.7%. Commercial, no impact. Large industrial, their fee would go down 13.6%. And hospitals down 12.5%. Could you clarify those numbers through the Deputy Mayor?
Director Weaver?
Through the chair. I don't have that report right in front of me currently, but I don't have any reason to doubt that. I will certainly look that up for you and confirm if you give me a few minutes.
Thank you. Councillor Wilson?
Thank you. I have 1 minute left, or am I at time?
I
1
can't
minute
tell.
left. Thank you.
You have 25 seconds.
Oh, thank you, Chair, Deputy Mayor. I certainly, back to Councillor Alex Wilson's questions about there are urban taxpayers who are funding services which they do not presently enjoy. And in fact, we did learn that in the reports, the voluminous reports to us, which showed how the stormwater fee was to be calculated. If I could, through you, it was a number of letters and there was a denominator. Could I again seek clarification through the Deputy Mayor on those culverts and clearing and the levy for the conservation authorities who do that work on our behalf, please?
Director Weaver?
Through the chair, I'm still trying to find that report. I don't know if Director Vanderperk has the culverts information or the ditching information on the levy.
My notes say the total program stormwater costs are the sum of A, capital and operating expenses of the city's stormwater management program, B, catch basin, culvert maintenance, and conservation authority levies currently funded through the tax levy.
Director Weaver?
Through the chair, that's correct. That's the calculation, yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you. So I think it has been suggested that when we bundle, when we remove the agricultural properties and when we delay this, it's only going to be an impact of $16. My calculation is, in fact, the increase will go up substantially for homeowners because there's fewer properties in which this is going to be applied to. And right now, under this present scheme, there is a bundle of incentives, including 90% for our rural and agricultural properties. It's a unique incentive program. So it is curious to me at this time, when we have been at this, why would seek, and we have been consulting with businesses, getting them ready for this transition, why would we seek to delay and further impact ratepayers? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I gave you a couple of extra minutes. Councillor Jackson, please.
I'll assume the chair. Thank you.
Assume the chair. Thank you.
Thank you for assuming the chair for me. I have Councillor McMeekin on the speaker's list.
Thanks, Chair. And My horoscope this morning read, was interesting. Not a big believer in horoscopes, but it said it's a good day to change direction as long as you've got a plan. And I thought, boy, that's prescient. A good read first thing in the morning. I want to be clear. I'm going to support the motion. I think Councillor Taddison, like some others around this horseshoe, has been an unabashed advocate for the original principles that were stated, that some of us voted for, believing there'd be consultation that would alter the results. And I think Councillor Clark covered that when he referenced the June 28th meeting and such. He's been an unabashed advocate for this. And it's interesting, it's a perspective here that hits home, and maybe because of some past experiences I've had. We received, first of all, the reason we moved forward with this to begin with was because the province had given direction that all 444 municipalities needed to get better equipped to deal with stormwater. That was the request. And ironically, it was the Minister of Agriculture who wrote to this council pleading that we exempt working farms. That letter was read into the minutes because somehow it didn't arrive in the right channels. We also had word from Environment Hamilton, the largest environmental group, that they supported looking at working farms being exempted. The other unabashed advocate for this, which I want to just mention, and I don't do this maybe often enough, is MPP Donna Skelly and her team, who have been clear from the outset that she thought initially a private member's bill would be in order, and when she was appointed speaker, that became somewhat problematic, and now a minister is supporting this move away, which I think is interesting given the original origins of the plan. So I believe and spoke during the last election campaign about the appropriateness of a stormwater fee, bought in like some others did to the principle, assuming there'd be some consultation to ensure that the guiding principles of being simple, fair, and equitable would be honored. It's certainly simple, but I personally question whether it's fair and or equitable. I hear a lot of talk. I was up to an apple farm the other day picking up some apples, and the farmer couldn't wait to clobber me with what's this with this rain tax, and I said, look, it's unfolding. It's who knows where it's going to go. I think it's fascinating that the province has now moved officially through the environmental registry to ask for comments. They have indicated an intent to be reactive to the working farm situation. And I would add, and when I make my comments through the environmental registry, I will footnote rural residential properties that are not on water and are septic, which would have been hit with an extraordinarily high fee relative to others who are on water, ironically, even when they're not on water. So I support the bylaw change, and I think it's appropriate to, I still have a minute, I think it's appropriate to understand that the ground is shifting, that the province is now getting involved. I can recall at least on 2 occasions, Councillor Jackson, you may recall this, warning council that this might happen. You in fact did likewise, and it is now unfolding, and I think we need to go with that and understand that regardless of what we decide today, and I hope it's in support of the bylaw, that is likely to change given the intent that has been stated by the provincial government. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. We're on to second-time speakers, but before recognizing those members, are there any additional first-time speakers? Seeing none. Councillor Taddison, please.
So I just wanted to give some clarification. This amending motion that I presented stabilizes fees for the entire year. Can you comment on that, Mr. Weaver?
Director Weaver?
Through the chair, the motion as presented would have us continue to fund the stormwater program from wastewater rates as we currently do.
Right, and so the rates that we've put forward would last the entire year until 2027, correct?
Through the chair, that's correct.
Thank you very much. Okay, so that clarifies that for me. Whether we add farms or not doesn't affect the motion as it stands right now and as the billing would be there. I think the other piece that I had on my brain has left me, but I know that Councillor Clark and Councillor McMeekin touched upon it. So I'll just leave it there. No, I won't leave it there. I'm going to say it because it just came to me. What happens is we got in front of this, and it's always good to be, sometimes it's good to be, the leader of the pack. And other times if you're the leader of the pack and you're the first one over the top, you get blasted. I think that's what happened here. I think other jurisdictions are taking a wait and see effect here, and I think this is the appropriate time now for us to step back and wait and see, because there's a competitiveness issue when we go to attract other businesses to Hamilton, and they're competing with neighboring jurisdictions who have different measures because the guidance from the province hasn't come down yet. It puts us in an unfair situation to attract that economic development piece. So for me, that's another reason that I just wanted to bring forward. I think it's a healthy, prudent pause. It's not meant to undo it. It's meant to be a healthy, prudent pause in order to see where we go next down the road. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Beattie, please.
Thank you, Chair, and through you. I really don't want to relitigate the program. It's a council-approved program. What we're really talking about is moving the implementation date, and the proposal currently is for a 6-month window. I just want to restate that. I do feel compelled to respond to, Chair, your comments about potential positive impact for industrial users, and I'm trying to do this as delicately as I can. Yesterday, I toured a steel processing facility in my ward. At one point, that facility ran 24 hours a day. As a result of the current economic reality and shifts in uncertainty regarding tariffs, et cetera, they are now running one 8-hour shift. They've laid off a third of their workforce. Their future orders are down by 40%. I asked them about the impact of the stormwater rate. They knew nothing about it. And this is a plant that is part of a larger conglomerate, a massive company with processing plants across Ontario. They didn't know the new rate was coming, and I sat there at the board table and pulled up the estimator and showed them the impact of $41,963.59 of new fees applied. I failed to see how that's a positive impact. But the crux of what we are discussing here pertains to the delay of the implementation of the program as it relates to the implementation of the new billing system. I want to pull back to that, and I've heard and understand the director's confidence in meeting the March transition that was publicly stated earlier as well. I do not share it, and perhaps I want to tease that out, that I'm not stating that staff have given any reason for concern. I'm expressing concern, but it's based on the following. We have 53,000 residents on an auto withdrawal system. Many of them have not touched or tinkered with the system since the regional municipality of Hamilton-Wentworth. They've been faithfully allowing their water bill to be automatically withdrawn from their bank account for over 30 years. We have to go to and reach every single one of these clients, and we have to engage in a conversation with them and ask of them to reach out to their financial institutions and make that change from the old system going to Electra to the new system going directly to the City of Hamilton. that is where my confidence drops, because I believe the deadline is March. That's 3 months from now. To me, based on the implementation of another new program that we just recently undertook, we had multiple delays. We had multiple difficulties reaching people and difficulties engaging with people, particularly those who may not be technologically savvy, may not be digital, running on an analog system. I have concerns that we're not going to be able to meet those people where they are and work with them to transition in a 3-month window during the holiday break and the new year. Many of them might not even be in the country for the next 2 months. They might be in warmer climates enjoying retirement. I don't know. I'm speculating. What I'm asking for is, in support of this motion, is a 6-month extension to ensure that we are able to encompass our communication plan, that we can reach every resident to ensure a smooth transition. Because, and as it's been explained to me, and I stand to be corrected, if we miss the window for March implementation for a transition from Electra, we simply don't ask for another month extension or another couple of weeks. We drop out of the queue. We lose our place in line. Another municipality takes our place, and we get punted forward to an unknown. I don't like unknowns. I'm asking for certainty, certainty for our residents, certainty for our corporation. That is the crux of my support for the 6-month delay to 2027, and I'm hoping that others may see that value. Thank you.
Thank you. We have one more member on the speakers list, and just a reminder, Mayor Horwath did note at the beginning of our meeting that we are going to recess. So you have every right to assume your time, but Councillor Alex Wilson.
No, I definitely won't take the full 5 minutes. I can count. I think we know where this is headed. I just want to say that it's always of such note to me when an argument or when a rationale can come out to support something. So for example, 10 cents was too much to support the arts in this community, but $16 for whatever the value, and I'm not saying there's no value in this program, but $16 for the value that folks may see, that's a fine price to pay. Earlier, when we had forecasts and staff did the work of lowering budgets in previous years, I heard it's not low enough, it's not a good enough number. Now I've heard, well, the forecast was 10%, this is down. I think a lack of consistency as a decision-making body across these decisions always stands out to me, and I think that is part of the struggle as we work with residents in that. And I think I'm not going to say that this has been a perfect program or a perfect process, but I'm really grateful for the work of staff and the work of council, engaging in good faith with residents to try and have conversations, hear concerns, make improvements wherever that work has gone. I think it has been a political process at times, especially around this table, but I guess onwards we shall see where this goes next, and it'll be potentially different folks in different chairs making this decision the next time we come across it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further speakers on the amendment? That has been duly moved and seconded. Seeing none, we will be voting on the amendment as proposed. Thank you. That amendment carries 10-5. So we're back to those minutes as amended?
We are, but we're also at 10:53, and we said we would now recess. So we'll put that question to council if there's a motion to recess until 11:30.
And then we'll come back to ratify the minutes as amended?
Sorry, we do have the motion on the floor for the minutes. You're right. Let's deal with that motion and then.
Thank you. The minutes as amended, moved by Councillor Kassar, or no, who were the movers? Councillor Kassar and Councillor Wang. Sorry, Councillor Cooper, you had a question?
Sorry, I wanted to lift 7.1 and talk to it. So if we want to do that when we come back.
Just looking at what 7 point, we've dealt with 7.1 member. Councillor, 7.1 is the Hamilton Tourism Development Corporation.
On GIC, it's the 2026 water budget, but
So just further discussion on the budget as a whole?
Okay, then we'll have to, we'll hold the movement on this, and we'll recess. If I can have a member recess, Councillor Tattison, followed by Councillor Beatty. We'll recess until, I think, around 11:30, and then reconvene. And then when we do that, Councillor Cooper, you'll have the floor. Thank you very much. If you're joining us, we are at a council meeting on this day. We had a short recess to receive some very good news, and I don't want to steal the mayor's thunder. I'm sure there will be some remarks about it later, but it does speak to the value of partnerships, collaboration, and community. If you're following along, we are still dealing with the minutes of the GIC Budget Committee. And up next on the speakers list to speak to those minutes, Councillor Cooper, please.
Thank you, Chair. Just wanted to bring back to this meeting the idea that when we're looking at the water budget, wanted to really take another approach in terms of how we're looking at this. Had a very good meeting with General Manager Kendi and General Manager Zagaric around the whole idea of taking the $600 million that we have for our development charges and unleashing that in our employment lands. There's a number of employment lands that we don't have serviced, and if we do get them serviced, it's going to turn into jobs, taxes, more DC fees, but to be able to build that out and build another model here that would have actually brought our rate down and really put our focus on some of those employment lands as well. We just weren't able to do that right now. It's just because of where we find ourselves and in the whole cycle. So what we've agreed to, the three of us, is to take it away in the spring, come back to this council with an alternative approach around water, realizing we're embracing the concept of safety and water quality, and provide this council with an alternative going forward that will result in a rate reduction and really unleash those employment lands we have around our city as well. So I just bring that back, Chair, to this committee and give you an update around that. So thank you for the opportunity to speak to this.
Thank you. Any further speakers on the GIC minutes before we go to the vote? Seeing none. So they are before you, the 24th and the 28th as amended, and it has been duly moved and seconded. If you can take my thumb up as an affirmative, please. Thank you. That carries 14-0. We're going to be moving on, getting back to our council agenda as it's ordered. And due to circumstances which we clearly understand, Mayor Horwath is presently unavailable. So what I'm going to do is hand the chair off to the Deputy Mayor for this month, Councillor Pauls, serving as Deputy Mayor and therefore in the chair. Thank you. You're welcome.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. And the mayor should be coming shortly, but I will take on as a deputy mayor for the month of December. So we're going to move on to 7.4, CHS 25002, City Housing Hamilton Corporation, shareholders of November 26, 2025. Where's my Okay, so Councillor Jackson.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Pauls. Good morning. Moved by myself, seconded by the Chair of the City Housing Hamilton Board, Ward 3 Councillor Narinder Nan, that CHHS 25-002, being the minutes of CHH Corporation shareholder meeting held on Wednesday, November 26, which is item 7.4, be received and the recommendations contained therein be approved, and that the closed session minutes of CHH Corporation shareholder meeting held on that same day, item 12.4, be approved as presented and remain confidential. Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Counselor. So we will have electronic vote, please. Thumbs up for me. And it's carried 15-0. Okay, do I relinquish the chair because 7.6, it's Public Works, or do I read it? Can I read it? Okay, 7.6, PWC 25014, Public Works Committee, December 1st, 2025, and I'm going to move that, moved by myself and second by Councillor Tom Jackson. Thank you, that the PWC 25014 being the minutes of the Public Work Committee meeting held on Monday, December 1st, 2025, item 7.6 be received and the recommendation contained therein be approved. Thank you. Well, we have, okay, we'll do the e-vote.
Are there any questions or discussion on the
Are
minutes?
there any discussion? I just got excited the mayor came in because she's got some great news. So anyways, any discussion? I don't see any. So we will do electronic vote, please. Pulse is up. And it's carried 16-0. Mayor Horwath, welcome back.
Thank you.
That's an exciting morning, wasn't it?
It was an exciting morning, is right.
Okay, we're at 7.7.
Thanks very much, Councillor Pauls, and thanks everyone for your patience in terms of the disruptive morning we've had, and good news all around though, so thanks to everyone. So 7.6 we're on, correct? 7.7, thank you so much. So 7.7 is PLC 25-016, Planning Committee, December 2nd, 2025. Councillor Wang, may I please have a motion to receive and approve the recommendations within the Planning Committee's minutes of December 2nd, 2025, and receive the correspondence items?
Yes, Mayor, moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Tatis and the incoming chair for planning for next year. That PLC 25016 being the minutes of the Planning Committee meeting held on Tuesday, December 2nd, be received and the recommendations contained therein be approved, and B, that the following correspondence items be received. Correspondence respecting minute item 7.3 report and correspondence respecting minute item 9.9 report. Thank you.
Thanks very much. I believe Councillor Kretsch has an amendment to item 9.9, report PED 21097G, Rental Housing Licensing Program and Rental Housing Licensing Pilot Summary, Wards 1, 8, and part of 14. Councillor Kretsch, please, can you introduce your amendment?
Thanks. I know it's kind of awkward because we want to put the amendment on the screen, but I'm also on the screen. So I do think it's important to put it up there just so people can see what the language is. So I'll speak to it maybe briefly and we can put it up there so folks have other questions. The intention is specifically to move the timing up for Ward 2 to be added to the fold. So as folks know, the most renters here per capita outside of Toronto, I think in the province we're learning, and certainly in our city, and want to make sure that we can get the Ward 2 renting community into this as quickly as possible. Originally, the discussion was December 2027, and at committee I said, well, is there any way we can do this faster? And Dan said, you know, maybe we can. If we're bringing in Ward 2, we can maybe do that a little bit faster for that. So then I discussed with him offline. He said we could do it for December 2026. So that's my amendment, is to move it up for Ward 2 for December 2026. And hope I have consideration for my colleagues on this. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Kretsch. Before we get into the discussion, though, on the amendment, I just wanted to identify that this is one of the ones where Councillor Spadafora had identified a disqualifying interest. So just to remind people that that's the case. Okay, so then so we don't have, would it be all right if we could we possibly put that amendment up on the screen? You'd have to say goodbye for a minute or two, Councillor Kretsch, unfortunately, but it would help the members of council, I think, to understand the nature of the amendment that you're offering or that you're asking for support for. So that's the amendment before us, and it's very clearly the final, the three pieces of it include exactly what Councillor Kretsch described, as well as the reporting back to the Planning Committee. Is that correct? In December 31st, by December 31st, 2026. Please go ahead, Clerk Trenum.
Just confirming through to the councillor, this is moving up the implementation date only for Ward 2? Yes, we're seeing.
That was my
Yes,
understanding
for
from my
Ward 2.
conversations with Dan Smith, yep.
Okay. So this is not what, so we'll just amend the language to make sure that it's clear that the implementation date is only for Ward 2.
Okay, so is that clear then to members of council what we're deliberating in terms of the motion being brought forward by Councillor Kretsch? Any questions? Speakers? Councillor Nam, please go ahead.
Thank you. Happy to support the amendment, Mayor. Just a quick question to staff. So the initial plan to roll the program out once the pilot had been completely evaluated. The original goal was to have it roll out in 2027 to other parts of the city. So if we could just hear a little bit about adding Ward 2 to go in sequenced before the remainder of the municipality, if we could just get clarity on what that means for the rest of the city. Thank you.
Can I just ask, just before you respond, you had the second, who was your seconder, Councillor Kretsch?
I forgot to get someone, but I'm going to ask Councillor Nansen. She's supporting it if she doesn't mind. Sorry. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Dan Smith, Acting Director of Licensing and Bylaw Services, through the Mayor. My understanding of the amendment is, yes, we would be moving up the implementation or phase-in of Ward 2. We would remain committed to the December 2027 date to further phase in other areas or the full city at that point.
Thank you. And the last point you just made, Acting Director, through you, Mayor. So part of the report back that we'll be receiving next year and subsequent to implementation citywide, we'll hear from staff about implementation being ward by ward expansion versus citywide expansion. I don't want to prescribe anything here. I just wanted to get clarity that we're going to be hearing back from staff about recommendations of the expansion of the program and how that might be implemented geographically.
Acting Director?
Thank you. And through the Mayor, yes, I mean, I think what we'll do as staff is, in the review that we'll do will be both, is we'll see if it makes the most sense to bring it back in a ward by ward phase in, or if it makes the most sense to bring it in citywide. So the work will be both, and we'll provide a recommendation on what we think the best option is.
Thank you so much. Mayor, I'm happy to support it. I know that Ward 3, Ward 5, Ward 4, Ward 1's already integrated, never mind, are also neighborhoods that have high renter populations, as well as some of the wards on the mountain as well. So I think it's going to be really important to get the information back from staff in order to inform that expansion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Nan. We have a speakers list, so Councillor Jackson, please go ahead.
Thanks, Mayor Horvath. I've got some general comments on 9.9 overall, but I do have a question on the amendment from the Ward 2 councillor. Is this a pilot? And I'm not on planning, so forgive me. I've been trying to get caught up to speed from everything I heard and the homework I did from planning last week to now. So is this another pilot, or is this Ward 2 asking to be opted in on a permanent basis? Through you, Mayor Horvath, please.
Thank you, Councillor Jackson. I'll look to the staff to give their
Acting Director Smith first, please. Yes.
To give his a sense of what he believes this direction is.
Thank you.
Through the Mayor, so my understanding of the direction is that Ward 2 would be implemented into the program permanently as of the date that's attached to the amendment.
Okay, so we've got that clarified, and I see in the A part, we're not on there yet, but I see in the A part that it's to make the original Ward 1 814 permanent, And I'll be asking, I have lots of comments then, Mayor Horvath. I'll let the Ward 2 amendment go, but I'm going to ask for a separate vote eventually on Roman numeral 3. So if I could be put, Carrie, please, back on the speakers list, Mayor Horvath, at this time. That's all I have on the amendment at this time. Thank you.
Okay, thanks so very much. So thank you for that reminder as well. We're now on the speakers list to the amendment. So we have Councillor Cassar and Councillor Clark, correct?
Yeah, not on the amendment. It's for item 7.3 separately, so I'll wait for the appropriate.
Okay, anybody else on the amendment then? Councillor Clark?
So is the pilot still happening, or is the pilot now closed?
Acting Director?
Through the mayor, so through the report, we're recommending that the pilot end and we establish the program on a permanent basis in the wards that the pilot ran, but then committing to come back originally within the report in December 2027 with a phase-in plan. And this amendment's going to speed up that phase-in plan for Ward 2.
Thank you. In item I of 9.9, it indicates that the cost, initial estimated annual cost of 698,000 will be offset from the revenues. So there'll be no cost to the municipality?
Acting Director?
Through the mayor, the way the program has been created and established and refocused, yes, it is going to be, and it's anticipated to be a cost-neutral program.
Thank you. So I wasn't planning, so I wanted to ask a couple more questions,
Sure, go
if I
ahead.
may. Above guideline increases. So the way the act works is the landlord, property managers, whatever you're going to call them, if the municipality hits them with higher taxes or higher service fees, including licensing, they can go to the landlord tribunal and say, I have to have my tenants pay this. So have we seen that happen?
Acting Director?
Through the mayor, we haven't received any information specific to that, but to answer your questions, yes, they would have the ability to do so.
And so that concerns me a bit because it seems to be counterintuitive to trying to get rent down. This program could actually end up putting rent up. And in other jurisdictions, the above guideline increases occurred. So I'm trying to understand, and the report didn't give me an indication of this, what's the real implication? For example, student housing. Student housing is already expensive. So now they have to do a license, and they have to pay all these additional fees. That property manager is going to do above guideline increase? No, doesn't have to, because they're students. They have a one-year lease, and after that lease is done, new students come in. So student housing could become very expensive in the city of Hamilton as a result of this. So I'm a little bit concerned. I don't think we have all of the information to really understand the impact on tenants. I fully get the guide. What we're trying to do is to make rental housing safer for all residents. I'll listen to the rest of the conversations, but I do have that one concern that just keeps nibbling at me. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Clark. Councillor Wilson, Alex Wilson, please.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor, just following up on that last comment about student housing specifically, obviously the McMaster Students Union, doesn't speak for every single student that goes to McMaster, but we did hear quite clearly the results of their city survey and what the engagement they had done with their members. We also heard the personal anecdote from, I believe, their AVP of Municipal Affairs, who shared the story about how because of this program, there was a fire inspection that led to a smoke detector being installed in her unit that was not previously there and would not have been there outside of this program. Overwhelmingly, when those delegates were asked the question, what about potential increases to costs? Overwhelmingly, the answer that they shared was, we understand that might be a factor. We think that being able to make sure those smoke detectors are there, obviously affordability is a concern, but that's a price that's worth paying, and that's an understood bit. So just to say, obviously, that's some perspectives we had. I do think it was informed by the engagement they did with their membership and their base to bring those answers here, and they told us about that. But just having that quite clear. Specific to the recommendation to expand to Ward 2, very supportive. I think the overall goal of this pilot has been to move forward with the sense of how can we protect renters in the areas of city where they're most concentrated. I see this as continuing that approach to try and kind of be tactical in our approach to bringing out a citywide program, but also ensuring that, if we do have a concentration of renters, for example, around a university or a college, that they were targeted in the development of the pilot. I can understand why that makes sense in the development of a bringing out the program, on the condition that we are expanding citywide. Like, I do think part of this is going forward with the recommendations as written that we're doing a citywide expansion and getting some information about how to do that at an accelerated time scale makes sense to me. But I fully support the citywide implementation of this. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Alex Wilson. So Councillor Jackson's still on the list, but for another item in this agenda. Oh, for this item? After the amendment. Okay, so anybody else on the amendment? Councillor Maureen Wilson?
Thank you. The amendment kind of does inform the recommendation as a whole, and items have been referenced both by my colleague here to the left and also Councillor Alex Wilson. So I would like to speak to those because they have been raised. I support the amendment. Asked at Planning Committee, was there any evidence filed by staff that the cost had been passed on of the license to tenants? And there is no evidence. Was there any evidence that any tenant has been displaced as a consequence of the rental licensing pilot? There is no evidence. The concern with costs being passed on, as I noted during the discussion, is the very active members who, in the rental community, including the Hamilton Apartment Association, they have been opposed to this since the get-go. And their line of argument is it's not the right time. They also, during their delegations, acknowledged that they are a business. They were asked, and it was confirmed that they are a business. And like every business, we heard from renters, they just want a baseline of securities provided when it comes to public health and public safety. It has never been a right time, apparently, but is always the right time to provide for that security. I can tell you, this is not singular to student housing, and in fact, it cannot be legally. But the MSU, in their survey of their undergraduate members, told us, and I'm sure they have met with you and shared horror stories of some of the conditions which their members have to live in. They're very welcoming of this licensing. So I would encourage members, it is on a cost recovery, it is a cost recovery program. The cost of the fire inspection is equivalent to the cost that a small business have to incur because to provide for that level of security and accreditation. I would encourage all members to remain steadfast in their support of upholding the importance of rental properties and renters and this license program, which the pilot has concluded. Staff are recommending we move forward with it permanently. Thank you.
Okay, thanks very much, Councillor Wilson. My understanding is you spoke to both pieces, right? To both the amendment as well as the report on the floor. And so that's really what we weren't going to do. So I'm going to look to Councillor Jackson just out of fairness to say if you would like to have your chance now to speak to this rather than, because I've just allowed that to happen, and out of fairness, it would be, I think, appropriate. But what I would ask the members of council is to bear with me in terms of the procedures here, and let Councillor Jackson have his piece. We will then vote on the amendment, and then we'll go back to the the report as a whole, including the remainder of this item as or as not amended. Clear? Okay, fine. Go ahead, Councillor Jackson.
Thank you, Mayor Horvath. I appreciate you allowing me the latitude and privilege that you gave Councillor Maureen Wilson to weigh into the overall item 9.9. So I want to say, I guess it was my misunderstanding. The previous speaker talked about this just wasn't about student housing. I voted for it because the Ward 1 and Ward 8 councillors, the former Ward 8 councillor, said they've got a saturation of student housing, and that was the main reason, in my interpretation, of wanting to give them the support they needed for a rental licensing program, to get things better, to clean up those streets near the Mohawk College, near the McMaster universities that were just being saturated and overrun with often out-of-town absentee landlords that were housing 6, 7, 8 students in a duplex, and we needed rental housing. So that was the understanding that I supported under, and I also supported Mayor Horvath because it was a pilot, and it wasn't going to necessarily be permanent. So here we are today now, wanting to make this program permanent. I have a new councillor. We have a new councillor here from Ward 8. I'll let him speak for himself. I know where he lives, near Mohawk College. He may have a different approach from the previous Ward 8 councillor. And if he wishes to speak to it and separate from Ward 1 in the A part of 9.9, I'll leave that to him. But I want to say, especially to Roman numeral 3, Mayor Horvath, I will ask for a separate vote. I don't want this citywide. Here we go again. If we didn't learn a lesson from the rain tax that started out going after a certain segment of our community, big box stores, and morphed into applying that new fee to everybody across the city. Hence, it lost my support in the last few years. This is going down the same path. We started with wards 1, 8, and a little bit of 14, abutting Ward 8. For me, was especially because of the student rental housing problem and neighborhoods that were backlashing over it. And now we want to make it citywide. I'm sorry, I don't need it up in the East Mountain Ward 6 area, so I would ask for a separate vote on Roman numeral 3 eventually, Mayor Horvath, and also the fact that the pilot has ended and now we want to make it permanent. If you recall back in February with my amendment in the 2025 budget, there were 12 new full-time employees for the apartment inspection bylaw and the renovations bylaw that I tried to pause because we didn't even know how the first 10 were going to be effective or not that were approved a year ago. This to me is all part and parcel of going down that same path. I want no part of it. Thanks, Mayor Horvath.
Thanks, Councillor Jackson. Clerk Trenum, please.
Just want to confirm for everybody, because we're talking about bullet numbers here and we don't have it up on the screen at present, but the councillor was just talking about bullet A3. So that will now be amended to say that staff be directed to report back to the Planning Committee before December 31st, 2027, save and accept Ward 2. So it'll include Ward 1 and part of Ward 14. And then we'll have a new bullet, which is bullet point 4, the same thing, but only with regards to Ward 2. We can put it up on the screen if need be, but is that clear?
Say it again, please, Clerk Trenum.
So we'll have it up. There. We just want to confirm the wording, given that it's an amendment, and make sure that it is all correct. And we're talking about separate votes on an item. We just want to make sure that the mover and seconder are in agreement with this as presented.
Yeah, makes sense. Thanks so much.
If I could seek clarity, Mayor, through you, Clerk Trenum.
So, excuse me, I'm sorry, are you recognized? So I'm just kind of trying to get
I just wanted to clarify
sense.
something that
You're
the
gonna
clerk
ask
said.
through the clerk? Through
Yeah,
the
if I
chair,
could,
please.
please.
Thank you.
I might have misheard, Mayor, but Clerk Trenum, when you itemized the wards that are currently in the pilot, you said wards 1 and 14 and 8.
So could you just scroll up to the top? It's in item 1. Thank you.
Thank you.
And so perhaps, Clerk Trenum, you would like to explain once more to the members around the council table what exactly this amendment does. Does it change? Is part 1 the same as it always was? Is part 2 the same as it always was? Part 3 changes to 2026, and part A adds Ward 2. Is that Was the remainder of the motion that's on before us right now already something that council had approved? And the amendments are the ones that are up on the screen?
So the only thing changing, Mayor, to our understanding, and again, that's what I wanted to confirm with Councillor Kretsch, that we had properly worded this, is that 3 remains the same, save and accept Ward 2. So that is the report back with recommendations on expanding and scaling the program, and that he wanted Ward 2 to have a separate report back coming earlier, which is December 31st, 2026. So there will be 2 report backs now, one solely on Ward 2, which will come December 31st, 2026, and then there will be another report back scheduled by December 31st, 2027. That is the effect of the amending motion.
Okay. Is everybody clear on that?
Mayor, may I conclude then?
Yes,
Just
please
quickly,
do,
my
Councillor
speaking time
Jackson.
through you to City Clerk Trenum. City Clerk, then Roman numeral 3, the citywide report back, which is what I want to be voting against, implementing, looking, exploring across the city. That will be what I will be voting against. Roman numeral 3 still, correct?
Correct. So that's then you would, the separate vote would be on Roman numeral 3, which is save and accept Ward 2.
And then if I wish to vote to support the Ward 2 councillor, you've now
You
got
would do
that
that
separate
now.
under Roman numeral 4.
Correct.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Horvath, for your indulgence.
Okay, so we still have some clarifying questions about what's before us, and that's a bit frustrating, to be honest with you, for members of council and all the way around as the chair, I would even say. Councillor Beattie and then Councillor Pauls.
Thank you. Is it possible to put that back up on the screen? I just have a question about one of the dates in the proposal. Unfortunately, Jenna Pilon has started sharing. Sorry, there it is. Item 4 refers to bringing a report back to Planning Committee before December 31st, 2026. Is that doable? I suppose it is. Thank you. No further
Thanks.
questions.
Over to Acting Director Smith, please.
Through the mayor, yes, we are able to commit to that timeline.
That's fine. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Pauls.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm a little confused. With this amendment, it seems like now it's up to the council whether they want to opt in and opt out. And I don't appreciate like the way it's going. If they want to do it, like I'm with Councillor Jackson, I don't want to do it all the city, but this is saying now that Councillor Kretsch wants to opt in. Well, I want to be clear, I want to opt out. So that's why I don't know why we're doing it this way. So just my comment. I have other comments later on. We're talking about licensing.
Appreciate that, but on the amendment, that's your concern.
Yeah.
Okay. So I think everybody's had their opportunity to say something about the amendment. If I can ask Councillor Pauls to take the chair just for a moment.
You may.
Thank you so much. So just, in fact, in following up on your comment, the accepting of this particular amendment, does it require a reconsideration? And would the opting out require a reconsideration? Because this is a direction that council, I guess it's from committee. So council hasn't agreed on anything yet, right? This is the recommendation that comes from committee, and it's being amended by Councillor Kretsch. So now is the time for us to have these conversations. My understanding is we're already in a pilot, and going back on an existing pilot would require, whether it's opting in or opting out, would require a reconsideration. And I'm saying this because it's clear that there are some councillors around the table that are considering now opting out. And that really does require, I believe, a reconsideration. So my question to the clerks through Deputy Mayor Pauls is, if we're going to be opting in and opting out, do they not all have fair game in terms of procedural requirements for the reconsideration, as this is a pilot that was approved by council? So just procedurally, I really think we need to have clarity around that before we move forward with this this particular amendment. Thanks, Deputy Mayor Pauls, and I'll leave you with the chair until we get a ruling from the clerk through you.
Clerk Trenum? Yeah. So clerk?
So this amendment, Chair, would not be a reconsideration. This is amending a date on a report back, and it doesn't affect the implementation of the motion itself. So this is changing the date on a specific report back with additional recommendations. Doesn't impact the decision to go forward with the program, the pilot, or any other approvals. So in this particular case, I would suggest it is not a recommendation for this amendment to go forward.
But it was a pilot,
You're the chair, so
okay,
you
I'm the
decide.
chair. So it was a pilot, now it's not a pilot, and we're adding another Ward 2. Would Ward 2 a pilot then first, and then, like, I'm a little bit confused why it was brought up.
Sorry, as the mover, could I clarify?
No, excuse me, Councillor Cratch, we're waiting for the clerk. Sorry, that's
Yeah,
your
no,
job.
that's okay.
Sorry.
Yeah, we're waiting for the clerk's decision, whether it's a reconsideration or not. Yeah.
So reviewing the motion that was passed at committee, the pilot summary, and I will look, Chair, up to staff to confirm that I'm saying all of this correct. And if not, I'll ask for a recess so that we can come back and just provide proper information. But that the report states that the rental housing licensing program and rental housing licensing pilot summary, which was wards 1, 8, and 14, be received, and then the recommendations which follow be approved, and that a permanent rental housing licensing program within wards 1, 8, and 14 be approved. That's what's being recommended. So my understanding is that the pilot, which was wards 1, 8, and 14, is now complete, and this was recommending we move forward with implementation in those wards, and that staff report back about implementation in other wards. This amendment then is asking for an earlier report back on implementation in Ward 2 versus the remaining wards. So that would not be a reconsideration. That would just be a change in when we're getting the report back on implementation for one ward versus the other wards.
So Ward 2 would be a pilot then at this moment?
No, at this point, it would just be a report back on how we would implement.
Okay. All right.
So the recommendation could look at a number of different things, whether that might be a continuation of a pilot or full implementation of the ward. It would depend on what the recommendations are in that report back. But at present, nothing is happening, I believe, in the ward that wasn't included in the pilot. I'm seeing nods from staff. And right now, we're asking for a report, but staff recommended a report back December 31st, 2027 for the rest of the city and the other wards. However, this amendment would ask for the report back on Ward 2 earlier.
Thank you,
That
Chair.
is not a reconsideration.
Okay, I'll give you the chair back.
Yeah, thank you,
Mayor.
Chair. That's exactly the clarification that I think is appropriate. So through you, Deputy Mayor Pauls, I appreciate that. So then that's before us then is the amendment. And we will go to electronic vote, I believe, on the amendment, if the discussion is complete. Just on the amendment, yeah. Okay? I don't have anything up on my screen yet, so, but I'm a thumbs up, yeah. Okay, so that carries 15 with one abstention, 1501. So thanks very much. We are now on to the remainder of the item, which I believe Councillor Jackson wanted to have item 3 voted on separately. Eventually. So we're back to the rest of the minutes, if you will, on that report. And we have a speakers list, which is Councillor, I'm just going to let folks know, Councillor Cooper, Councillor Clark, Councillor Kretsch. Councillor Cooper, please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. I'd also like to move an amendment, and I'll speak to that amendment, but I'd like to move an amendment to the motion to remove Ward 8 from the approved recommendations. And if I could speak to that.
I'm sorry, what are you amending?
I'm amending the same items we were just talking about, 9.9, taking 8 out. We're moving from a pilot to permanent, and as we move to permanent, my motion is take Ward 8 out, so now we have Ward 1, 14, and 8 in. It'd be 1 and 14 with my amendment to take 8 out.
Okay, thank you for that. So now there's a further amendment to the report in front of us, which is to remove award from a pilot that has been approved by council to go forward. And we are now going to ask the clerk once again, as I knew was going to happen, to rule on whether this is actually a reconsideration or an in-order motion.
So just confirmed, Mayor, that this is first of all moved and seconded by Councillor Jackson. Okay, so it's on the floor. To your question as to a reconsideration, I did just confer with staff, and my understanding, and again, we can recess if we need to review and confirm, but my understanding is that the pilot program ends this year and will not continue. So if this report does not pass, then the pilot is over and we're sort of at an end. This recommendation, specifically A1, is what would make that pilot permanent. And council has not made a decision yet on the permanent implementation of this program within those wards. So if a ward was to be removed from that implementation, I would suggest that it is not a reconsideration.
Okay, and so then the appropriate place for an amendment to be brought forward in terms of the permanent implementation would be that A1 be amended to remove Ward 8 from the recommendation that's in the minutes from the committee, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, appreciate that. And so that's moved by Councillor Cooper and seconded by Councillor Jackson. And I'm open to a speakers list. And Councillor Cooper, you can finish your remarks in terms of the amendment that you've put forward first.
Thank you, Chair. Appreciate that very much. So I spoke to this at the committee. I'll speak to it again. Really 3 items I want to talk to. One is around displacement. I mean, we started this as a voluntary program for a couple years. Then we followed it with a pilot for 3 years. We've been at it for 5 years. You know, I live in this area. I have experience with displacement. I'm surprised the staff doesn't know about displacement because it was reported to staff and by me. Okay, so I actually can give you a testimony on that. And you know, I look at what's happening in our city around homelessness. I mean, we've gone from fall of 24, around 1,200, we almost doubled, not quite doubled right now. And it's these unintended consequences of policies at all levels of government that I think is resulting in much of our homelessness. And here's an example of a program where I ask at committee level, you know, how are we dealing with displacement? What's our displacement policy? 5 years later, we have none. So if someone gets displaced out of one of these homes, we have absolutely no way of dealing with it. I find that shocking. Secondly, let's talk safety. We heard a lot of anecdotal stories, both good and bad. We heard McMaster students tell us about some of the places they're still currently experiencing where there's safety issues. I talked to one of the staff members about my own ward where they know there's a problem, and yet we're finding that these people aren't getting in the program. As a matter of fact, we're finding the people that are doing it right are signing up, and the people that have the safety issues are ignoring the program, and in some cases just paying a fine. And so, you know, as much as we had good intentions, I don't see how we've achieved our objective, which was really deal with safety. We talk about this being cost neutral, but nobody's put up any statistics around how safety got better. We actually don't know. We don't have any metrics. We have no objectives. All we have is anecdotal conversations where some people say it did, some people say it didn't, and we're making decisions on this. I find that also so surprising. And it was brought to my attention on the Human Rights Commission website where it says, Section 4, avoiding discriminatory impacts on rental housing licensing, and I quote, if a bylaw is meant to serve legitimate planning or safety purposes, and we'll argue this is safety, it should be needed by and applied to every part of a municipality. We're 5 years in, we're still not there. If we go based on the trajectory we're on right now, this could be a 35-year implementation. We have no plan. A bylaw that is applied first and only to a particular area of a municipality is more likely to be arbitrary and could be seen as targeting the people in that particular area. Councillor Clark talked to that. He talked in terms of fees. My community has changed. It was very much a student rental 22 years ago. I agree with that. Today it's new Canadians in my neighborhood, both owning and renting these places and living in the neighborhood. And I brought that up at committee, and I'm saying, some of our areas in the city, let's be very frank, are homogeneous. And so, my area, people have for the last 5 years paid more in the rents because we've had this, or even the landowners have paid more as well. This is the first time in the history of Hamilton we've had a pilot that has been downloaded on the people in the pilot. Usually we do pilots where it's paid for by the city until we get through the pilot and then we roll it out. So we had 3 wards in the city that have been asked to pay for a pilot, the benefits of which you could argue applies to the whole city. So it's not even fair and equitable. So when I looked at this, and here's where we find ourselves 5 years in and we still have these questions. I can't support this. If others want it in their ward, that's their ward. I want my ward out, and I would appreciate support around this table for that as well. So thank you, Chair, for this opportunity to speak to this.
Thank you, Councillor Cooper. Next on the list is Councillor, I thought I had Councillor Clark on the list. I don't see Councillor Clark on the list anymore. So it was Councillor Clark was on my screen next, and now he's gone. Can I understand why that's the case? Okay, so you're not even on at all. And so I don't know whether something's happened, but I did look to the screen. I saw Councillor Clark, then Councillor Nan, then Councillor Kretsch, then Councillor Beattie, then Councillor Pauls, then Councillor Alex Wilson, then Councillor Maureen Wilson. That's what I have on my screen. Is that correct to the clerk's table? And was Councillor Clark, am I imagining that Councillor Clark was there and he's not? I'm sorry, I can't. Oh, cut and paste error. I didn't mean to embarrass you. I'm sorry. I apologize. I was just, I just want to make sure that I'm not seeing things that aren't there. So I apologize. Thank you. Cut and paste error. So that's very clear. So Councillor Clark, please go ahead.
I can go to the end if it makes it easier for folks. I don't want.
I think it's fine. I think it's fine. We understand what transpired. It's all good. It's
To be
like,
clear, on
things
my
happen.
e-scribe, it shows on the microphone it's red, meaning that I've asked to speak. Can I ask, I'm a little bit confused with regards to the amendment. Can I ask the councillor through you, Mayor, his supposition is that there has been significant displacement in his ward. Words can be sometimes challenging. What is he referring to when he says displacement?
So you're asking for some clarification from the mover as to the evidence or the
Yes, please.
the pronunciations he's made around his justification. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Where I live, there was a situation where someone got displaced. It was a boarding house, essentially. And they knew the rental licensing was coming along, and they sold the home, and they kicked everybody on the street. One gentleman was living under my porch.
So
I can continue, or So I called the city and asked my counselor. I said, what are we going to do about this? He said, get the guy arrested. I said, well, homelessness is not a crime. And then I found a city department to call, and I called the city department. I said, can you please come and help this gentleman? They said, we're not funded for your part of the city. We're not funded for your part of the city. They just got $10 million more. I read it in the newspaper. I had to beg the person to come and help this man. And that's just not the way it should be. So, Councillor, I'll just stay with answering your question, Councillor Clark.
Councillor Cooper, I would just be careful about how we characterize staff and their responses. I'm not going to ask you, I'm not asking for a response. Just let's all just kind of be careful about that. Councillor Clark, you had the floor.
Thank you. So am I to understand that it was one incident that has prompted you to be concerned about potential displacement, or were there others, Mayor?
So I appreciate that, Councillor Clark, and I just want to, I really just want to make sure that we don't have a very long kind of back and forth amongst the council members. The idea is that we kind of make our statements and put forward our positions and then head to a vote. But on this one, because it's brand new, nobody saw it. It's come out of last minute, which we don't like to do at this council table, but because we have it on the floor, we'll go ahead with the response. Councillor Cooper, if you can be succinct. Thank you.
10. 10, I'm aware of 10 displacements.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thanks, Councillor Clark. Councillor Nan, please.
Thank you, Mayor. On the amendment specifically, and not wanting to discount anything Councillor Cooper is bringing forward in any way, but I think to your point, Mayor, why we don't bring amendments to council and why we embed this work inside of standing committees, number one, is to enable our residents who are directly impacted by policy decisions this municipality is engaging in to have their say. Point blank. That's why we have standing committees. And to move amendments at a council of this magnitude, in my opinion, Mayor, is a disservice to the renters in Ward 8, who have previously delegated to standing committees repeatedly about their support for this program. And so I have the benefit of serving now over 2 terms. And I have a working memory of those residents from Ward 8 standing at that podium, speaking to the Horseshoe at the time about why they support rental licensing moving forward, why they support the pilot. And so I'm going to take a moment to make sure that those voices are in the room. Bringing forward recommendations from staff included an opportunity to give staff the time to provide the data that included feedback from the renters. So if I could get clarity from staff on that I remember also from our standing committee presentation, as well as the Q&A with staff.
Thanks. Acting Director Smith, please.
Through the mayor, that's correct.
Thank you. So the people who are directly impacted have not had an opportunity to have their collective experiences documented by the municipality to help us inform our decision-making going forward. That is what I just heard. Good governance needs to be rooted in evidence, information, not strong feelings. I can't support the amendment that Councillor Cooper is bringing forward because it does not allow the residents who are most impacted the opportunity to be heard, period. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Nan. Councillor Kretsch, please go ahead.
Thanks very much. And this has been more confusing than I would have hoped in general overall. And I think one of the problems is that there's a couple different things happening here. Thing number one is the pilot's over and we're making it permanent in the wards where it started. Then my motions, the amendment that passed said, okay, well, can we accelerate the report back on how we're going to move this across the city to Ward 2 a little bit sooner because the density of renters here is so high? That made sense. But I'm confused as to what the actual amendment on the floor is now, because there's 2 things that are happening now. One is that we're doing this permanently in certain places, and then we're reporting back on how we're going to do it elsewhere. So when you're saying, Councillor Cooper, that you want to remove...
Through the chair.
Yeah, sure, through the chair. I want to remove Ward 8 you're saying from going to the permanent phase now, and then it'll be part of the report back later on? Because that's still to come, right? We're not making a decision about that today. That's just the recommendations that are going to come forward in December 2026 now for Ward 2. And recommendations will come forward in December 2027 for wards, all the rest of the wards. There's no decision to be made here about any of that until those times. So can you clarify what it is actually that's happening here first, and then I have some comments?
So thanks, Councillor Kretsch, and Councillor Cooper is welcome to respond, although I would say that it's pretty clear that item A1 is what he is asking to be amended, that a permanent rental housing licensing program within wards 1, 8, and parts of 14 be approved. So he wants to take out 8, so that it would then read that a permanent rental housing licensing program within wards 1 and parts of 14 be approved to be implemented effective January 1st, et cetera, et cetera. So he's that's what he's doing.
I'll ask staff a question then to see how they understand this. So that's really my question that I suppose to staff. So staff, do you understand that this means, of course, then what will happen in 2027 December is a report will come back to talk about all the other places in the city except Ward 2, 1, and 14, and then 8 will also be discussed at that time, I presume.
Acting Director Smith, please.
Through the mayor, that would be my understanding. We would look at all wards that would not be part of the program as our report back.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Kretsch?
So it's a delay. I just want to make sure we all understand this is a delay, and we're not opting out and opting in of these things now. Okay. I want to say that.
Can I just stop you, Councillor Kretsch? The clerk has something to add, if you don't mind, if it helps with the conversation, if you don't mind. So please go ahead, Clerk Trenham.
And I just want to confirm for you, Mayor, and for the members of council, because of the questions around reconsideration, this would be an amendment and no decision has been made yet by council. So if Ward 8 were removed from this decision today, there would be nothing to prevent it from being added at a later date.
Which was Councillor Kretsch's point, I think, right, in terms of the final process. Okay. Okay, sorry about that, Councillor Kretsch. Thank you. Thanks, Clerk Trenham.
Thanks. I just wanted to say that I hear some of the comments that were made today through the chair by Councillor Cooper and others about what's happening with displacement. What I also want to share, I think, is an important story to share what's happening in Wards 2 and Wards 3. And Councillor Nam will know this well. We're seeing is kind of actually the opposite thing is occurring. By not having a good licensing program in place where we see illegal units, what we see are illegal units, we see disrepair, we see people being taken advantage of, all kinds of situations occur, fires as a result, damage as a result. And what happens is then those people have no home at all. And so that's actually more what I hear in terms of anecdotal things on a regular basis than what you're experiencing. Now, I'm not saying what you're experiencing is not true. I'm just saying to you that because of the rampant unregulation of licensed housing, rental housing in our city, many people, including people I've encountered out there who are homeless and have shared their stories with me, are exactly as a result of the fact that there's some thing operating that's not safe, that's not licensed, that's not regulated. And when that falls apart, there's no safeguards for those tenants. There's nothing there. It's nothing. It's like I said at the Planning Committee. This is a foundational piece of legislation to allow us to build up from. Without it, there continues to be nothing there to protect these tenants. And I'm going to continue to support it. Every tenant across the city, they need to have these basic protections in place. It's vital. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Kretsch. Councillor Beattie, please.
Thank you, Mayor, and through you. I've heard compelling arguments from the Ward 2 councillor for the acceleration of his ward into the program. I've heard some arguments from the Ward 8 councillor with regards to what I now understand to be technically a pausing of the program, although it will come back before this committee at some point. And I'm just stating as a general rule of thumb for consistency that I tend to rely on the expertise of the individual ward councillors to understand the profile of their wards better than I would. And so for consistency's sake, I think I'm going to continue to do that, and I'll vote in favor of Councillor Cooper's amendment.
Thank you, Councillor Beattie. The mayor had to step out for a few minutes, so I don't know who's on the list because I should go up there. Actually, I am on the list, so can I do the chair to Councillor Jackson so I can?
Are you the next speaker?
And I'm the next speaker. I'm going to go to here. Okay.
Okay, then Councillor Pauls, your 5 minutes starts now.
Thank you. I won't take all You know, I was thinking about all this in our committee and now today. When we talk about rental licensing, we need to remember why our bylaws exist in the first place. They exist to set standards that protect tenants, ensure safety, and maintain a well-being of our neighborhoods. These bylaws were never meant, and remember, they were never meant to penalize people who are already doing the right thing. We should not punish responsible property owners who followed zoning bylaws, property standard, fire codes. They are complying. They're not contributing. They are contributing. They are helping provide safe and legal housing in our city. Our focus should be on the bad actors, the ones who ignore the rules, who put tenants at risk, who choose not to follow the standard we have clearly laid out. Everyone who rents an apartment, a basement unit, or any small rental space should simply register and comply. That's fairness. But they should not be penalized. And for those who refuse to follow our zoning bylaws, property standard, fire codes, we hold them accountable. This is who this bylaw should address, not the responsible landlords who are already meeting every requirement. We have bylaws, only if you break them, you should pay, not the other way around. There's a bylaw, and you're saying, I follow the bylaw, it doesn't matter, you're going to have to pay. And that is why, first of all, I don't want it citywide, I don't want it in my ward. If you want it in your ward, you could opt in anytime. But I heard clear from the Mountain residents that they're following the bylaw. Why do we have bylaw? To follow them, not to penalize them. So this is my comment, and I will take the chair back, Councillor Jackson.
Chair's back to you, Deputy Mayor Pauls. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, where are we? Okay, we're at 7.7, I guess. No, where are we? Oh, speakers list, sorry. Okay. We have Councillor Alex Wilson, please.
Thank you, and through you, Deputy Mayor. Just a question. For me, I think the most valuable part of this program is the fire inspection that occurs through you to our Director of Licensing Services. If a ward is not included in this program, is there a fire inspection that occurs in rental units? And if a ward is included, is a fire inspection happening in those rental units that are licensed and part of the license program? So put simply, what is the impact of having a license with respect to a fire inspection?
Director?
Through the chair, we have Deputy Chief Rember virtually available to answer any questions associated with fire.
Sure, I'm asking a very simple, does a fire inspection happen to rental units that are not in the program? And does a fire inspection happen to rental units that are in the program? So whoever is able to answer that very kind of yes or no question, happy to move forward.
Deputy Chief? Fire? We can't hear you. Can you turn on your mic, please?
Is that better?
Oh, yes, we can hear you. Thank
Wonderful.
you.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Pauls. Mike Rember, Deputy Chief, Hamilton Fire. Through the chair, thank you, Councillor Wilson. Right now, with regards to inspections on accommodations, they are done for residential inspections, they are done on demand. So we don't have a system where we are proactively capable of touching every accommodation in the city. But if a resident reaches out and says, I have concerns with my accommodation, we arrange an inspection. Yes.
Thank you. And if a program's part of the license through you, Chair Pauls, then there is an inspection that is part of just getting the license through the program and where the pilot's currently happening.
I'm sorry, if that was back to me, could I have the question restated, please?
What's the role of a fire inspection as part of the licensing program in the pilot? Does one happen?
Oh, yes. In some cases, that's the same thing. We're looking at an accommodation because at the end of the day, aside from the elements of zoning and aside, of course, from the elements of bylaw and licensing, we want to make sure that the basic requirements of fire and life safety are met. And if I can just highlight very quickly why this is important, we have many across the city, quite frankly, we have many residences that are purchased as single-family dwellings. And the landlords or the owners think that they are able to continue to operate them, calling them a single-family dwelling. The reality is when they take a home that originally had 2, maybe 3 bedrooms and convert it to have 10 or 12 or even more bedrooms, we are allowed under the fire code to evaluate a property based on its use, not what the claim is. And so just because it's a single family dwelling, if you suddenly have 10 bedrooms in there, you become a lodging home. And the requirements for fire and life safety systems are different. And so that's the essential piece. We need to know exactly how these properties are being used to make sure that the proper systems are in place to protect the occupants.
Thank you, Deputy.
Thank you. Through the chair, just wondering, so a small business that receives a fire inspection as part of getting their business license, is that a complaint-based process, or do those fire inspections happen mandatorily as part of getting a license?
Correct. It's mandatorily as part of a license, but if there is a complaint on any property, we will also attend.
So through you, Chair, in terms of levels of service, every other business in the city as part of getting their business license has a mandatory inspection, but rental housing accommodation is based on a complaints-based process for inspection, or just that's the level of services you've broken down outside of the pilot program with rental licensing?
Deputy Chief?
So to be clear, as a component of the rental housing program, inspections are integral to it. In the residential sector, most inspections occur based on complaint only.
Thank you. And that's different than any other business that gets inspected by fire, which is done as part of the business inspection. Like the licensing process, there's an inspection that's dealt with. Obviously, there can also be complaint-based inspection on top of that, but there's a minimum standard as part of the business license that exists with every other business in the city.
That is correct. And if a rental unit is being operated as a business, then the purpose of this rental housing is to try and treat them equally like any other business permit licensing.
Thank you. Through the chair, just 30 seconds of comments from me.
Yeah, you have 30 seconds.
Every other business in the city, through you, Chair, every other business in the city has that. We're not saying we're punishing every other business in the city by asking them to get a business license. Why is it that when it comes to this issue, we're saying that we're punishing landlords by asking them to meet the same minimum standard that every other business owner has to meet in this city at the same cost as a user fee? That's cost recovery. Anyone else going through a business licensing process has to do this work. This is essential life-saving work. I don't understand how we can be advocating to say we shouldn't have fire inspections in residential homes. That doesn't seem the way to go to me.
And I never said that. We shouldn't have fire inspection. Please correct that. Okay. All right. Your time's up, Councillor. Okay, Councillor Maureen Wilson, please.
Through the Deputy Mayor to Acting Director Dan Smith. In terms of the licensing, are we forcing rental property owners to get a license through the chair?
Director Smith?
Through the Deputy Mayor, yes, if they fit into the category of the framework of the program and they're operating a rental within these current wards, yes, they would be required to obtain a license from the city.
Thank you. And so if I am a renter and I'm looking for a place to live in wards 1, 8, and part of 14, I can see whether that property has secured a license or not through the chair.
Through the Deputy Mayor, that is correct.
And as a renter, I am now empowered to learn whether a property has not secured a license and therefore has not secured a fire inspection and passed that inspection. Is that the case through the Deputy Mayor?
Director Smith.
Through the Deputy Mayor, that is correct.
Okay, thank you. So I've heard some comments about concern of displacement, wards changing to accommodate what I've heard referred to as new Canadians. And I've also heard that we should be penalizing all the actors, only the bad actors, to which we've just received clarification through the Deputy Mayor that there is no process. There is no process to identify a bad actor. On the subject of displacement, I would like to go back to the comment that we have, and soon will, ratify an acquisition fund, the purpose of which is to ease and slow the erosion of Hamilton's affordable housing stock. To suggest we are doing nothing is to suggest we have no plan and we have enacted no policy. And I think, frankly, that is a disservice to this entire council. We have we will soon ratify an acquisition fund because we realize that there are many, many forces at play in the housing system, and that there are, as a consequence of those forces, renters are vulnerable, untethered to a licensing system. We know that from 2010 to 2020, this city has lost 16,000 low-income units, untethered to a rental licensing system because it happened before the installation of a pilot rental licensing system. That's a fact. It is a fact set out for my colleagues and for the public in our own housing sustainability and investment roadmap. We also know that the housing system and the vulnerability of renters is particularly acute in this community because of low income and because of aged rental stock. And because of that vulnerability, Chair, to say that the bylaws are there and they're going to work for you, that actually runs counter to what this council agreed to for the Safer Apartment Bylaw. This council overwhelmingly said, we understand the vulnerability of renters. We understand that rental property owners, in order to take advantage of the influx of capital and equity money from investors, they are displacing renters through renoviction and otherwise. And this council, the overwhelming majority, said, you're actually contributing to the cost of this municipality, whether it be through paramedic services, houselessness, policing, healthcare. We need to do all that we can to secure that housing for you and make it safe before someone under the ruse of renoviction evicts you. But for some reason, those same pieces of logic which have informed our action plan are not at play now. It defies belief. I'll leave it there. Thank you. I'd like to go on a second time,
Okay,
please.
sure. No problem at all. Okay, Councillor Kassar, please.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor. At Planning Committee, there were delegations and correspondence suggesting just target the bad actors. Don't require everyone to get a license. And we heard that around the horseshoe again today. So I'm going to ask the same questions of Acting Director Dan Smith that I asked then, because we have bylaws, so why don't we just enforce them is basically the basis of that argument. So through you, Deputy Mayor, to Acting Director Dan Smith, so I asked you at Planning Committee, we have bylaws, and does that enable us to ensure that rental properties meet those bylaws?
Director Smith.
Through the Deputy Mayor. So what the licensing program puts in place is an opportunity to allow for proactive enforcement, monitoring, inspection of properties, where without it, we rely solely on complaint. So the bylaws do exist. The licensing program allows us an enhanced opportunity to utilize the bylaws that are in place to gain compliance at properties where without a complaint, we wouldn't be aware of a concern.
Right, so to reiterate, we have bylaws. We do not have the resources to proactively enforce them. We can respond based on complaint. We cannot depend on anyone or everyone to complain, because they may not be aware, have the time and capability to complain. So what you told me at Planning Committee was that this framework allows us then to put in the resources to actually enforce the bylaws in the 3 wards that are in the recommendation before us today. But beyond those wards, we do not have the resources to do anything proactively other than react if there is a complaint. So do I have that correctly?
Through the Deputy Mayor, that is correct. It creates a framework for fees paid by the user that allow us to have more resources in order to establish and enforce the program.
Thank you. And then the third point there, to what the acting director just mentioned, is about funding. So we do not have the funding from the levy to proactively enforce all these bylaws, and we are very sensitive, rightly so, about putting more burden on taxpayers. So that's why this is self-funded, to provide the funding to do the proactive enforcement. So I just think it's very important to identify that, because it's easy to say, just go after the bad actors. Well, we can't identify them if we don't have the resources or the funding. So at a high level, it sounds easy to just say, go after the bad actors, but without funding and without resources, we can't do that. Therefore, we need the framework and the fees in order to do that. I think that's just very important for the Horseshoe and for the public to understand. Just because you have a bylaw doesn't mean that bylaw can actually be enforced. Therefore, that's what's before us today. Thank you.
Thank you. We have Councillor McMeekin, please.
Yeah, thanks, Deputy Mayor. I've asked this question before, and it maybe builds on what Councillor Kazar was saying. The quite basic question is, why would we have a bylaw that didn't have some kind of enforcement mechanism to it? Any bylaw. I know that's kind of I'm an idealist without illusions. Maybe that's not possible. But I think the question is worth asking. I'm not worried so much about the good actors. I'm worried more about the bad actors. But the wisdom to identify and to know the difference isn't always is. Was right to intuit that this would perhaps be a controversial issue. And I applaud her for that. I'm interested because at one point I think the mayor suggested that or somebody suggested, maybe it was Councillor Nan, that we have committees and we meet and we should be debating the amendments and such there, not bringing them to council the way, So this started when Councillor from Ward 2 made his request to be included, and it was followed by another councillor's request to be exempted. And I find both of them don't have any absolute problem with either one. I mean, they both are within their rights to do that. I was particularly concerned about and touched by Councillor Cooper's reference to human rights. And I suspect that I don't know that we routinely have our solicitor with us. I'm suspicious that the argument would be made that all renters are potentially vulnerable, and why are we particularly highlighting 1, 8, and 14, and potentially adding by unanimous consent 2, but with some concern about consent or denial of Councillor Cooper's, and then being told that all of this is advisory and it could all change anyways. It seems we've spent a lot of time on this. I want to focus on the human rights aspect, though, because I suspect we're going to get a human rights challenge on this. If I were a landlord being asked, understandably, to document that it's adequate accommodation, well, somebody next to me, who I may think isn't doing that, isn't challenged to do that, I think that constitutes a potential bona fide human rights concern. And I wonder if maybe the solicitor has some generic comments on that. I'm not anxious to go into camera any more than we have to, but it occurs to me that this is a pretty obvious question.
Thank you. Second time speaker, Councillor Wilson, please.
Thank you. Through the chair, their reports in the past have addressed the human rights element. So if he deems it so appropriate in the absence of the solicitor, through you to the acting director of licensing, would he care to opine or comment on that, those opinions? Thank you.
Director Smith, do you want to comment on the human rights issue?
Through the Deputy Mayor, I think just to be cautious without obviously some input from our solicitor, we're aware of the concern that has been brought forward associated with that. What I can say is that the intent of the program is to solidify it in the current wards that the pilot ran and commit to returning to committee with a phase-in for the remainder of the city, so that that aspect wouldn't exist potentially at that time once we report back and get council direction on the program. As it rests now, I think I will hold comment for Solicitor Shields
Fair.
when she's able to.
Thank you.
Fair, and thank you for offering that clarification for the members around this horseshoe. In terms of consequence, there are plenty of rental property owners that have secured a license. What might be the consequence of this proposed amendment for those license owners or those with licenses in Wards 8? And what would it do to the cost of a license? Through the chair.
Director Smith.
Through the Deputy Mayor, it would certainly have an impact on costs. So without the properties that we have identified in Ward 8 as being licensed or having an application in to be licensed, should Ward 8 be removed from the program as it exists now, we would likely be required to refund the fees for those licenses, which are approximately $100,000 in refunds. And the cost to the users within the existing wards prior to the phase-in would be increased. So cost to apply now is approximately, with all the fees, $815. Just doing some quick math, we believe that the cost without Ward 8 to those same users in those wards would be about $950. So it would be an increase. There would also be an increase on the cost of renewing their licenses as well.
Thank you for that clarification. So this would trigger a refund. And on the theme of concern with costs being passed on, in fact, you're setting up a situation where the licensing becomes more expensive, which kind of, in response to a concern about displacement, it defies a sequence of logic, if you will. One more question, if I may, through the chair to the acting deputy. Has in your opinion, has there been, sorry, you have clarified that there has been no evidence you have been able to find between the issue of displacement and that of a rental license in either wards 1, 8, or part of 14. I would like you to confirm that one more
Director
time.
Smith.
Through the Deputy Mayor, through the information that we've received as part of the pilot, we have not had evidence of that.
Thank you. Thank you. Second time speaker, Councillor Nan, please.
Thank you, through you, Deputy Mayor. So just to be really clear, part of why I'm not going to be able to support this amendment is because I believe it's a disservice to extract the ability of Ward 8 renters from being able to have their experiences documented to inform the program going forward as a municipality. It was suggested by another member of council that me seconding the other amendment was counter to the point I'm making here. My point remains the same. I value the experiences and voices of renters in making decisions based on policy that impacts them here locally. The Ward 2 councillor has been hosting rental town halls consistently throughout his term, and I've been privileged to hear from Ward 2 renters through that process and the summaries. I've also had the privilege of hearing from Ward 8 renters and their adamant support for this program. So just to make it very clear on the public record, I'm remaining consistent in my governing approach on this matter, which is about elevating the experiences because I stand for the safety, dignity, and affordability of renting homes in this city, and that renters should feel equally that their experiences as Hamiltonians are valued as property owners. Same level of respect, same level of inclusion, if not disproportionately needing to have their voices heard even more. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Clark, second time, please.
I'm just trying to clarify something in my mind, and it's really kind of driving me crazy. When all of this started, the original impetus was student housing. And so it was licensing student housing. Councillor Jackson, you are correct. And then we realized that terming it student housing and requiring licensing for that and nobody else flies in the face of the Human Rights Board and the Human Rights Commission. So we talked about it being a pilot housing license program in wards 1, 8, and 14. Originally it was 1 and 8, and then we added 14 at the request of a councillor. So now we have an amendment here, and I'm getting into my question. My question is going to basically asking if I've got it right to our city solicitor. Human rights challenges occur when people are not being treated equally. So if we continue to have a rental housing program only for wards 1, 8, and 14, we would be open to a challenge because we're not treating everybody the same. If we expand it to the entire city, there's no issue with human rights because we're doing it to everybody. Is that a fair summation through you, Chair, to the city solicitor?
Solicitor Shields.
Thank you. Through the chair, Lisa Shields, city solicitor. So I came very new to this discussion. So I had an opportunity to review the Human Rights Commission's paper on the rental housing licensing programs of various municipalities yesterday. And my conclusion after discussing with staff, which I made very clear, was that having a program permanently applied to only 3 wards would run afoul of the Human Rights Commission's guidance on this issue. So I said that it would be best if the program in its permanency was applied across the entire city for it to not have that impact.
Thank you. And I'm not sure if you were in the meeting, if the city solicitor, I'm sorry, Chair, if the city solicitor was in the meeting, But we now have an amendment to remove Ward 8, so Ward 8 does no longer want to be a part of the rental housing licensing program. And if we, it's just supposition on my part, but if we proceeded to make it permanent across all the wards except Ward 8 or any others that are opting out, that creates a challenge because we would be running foul against human rights. Is that a fair understanding of where we are?
Sorry, so through the chair, so I understand if we were to remove a ward out of a citywide ward application, that would run afoul? Is that the question?
That's the question.
Yes, yes.
Yes, it would run afoul.
Would run afoul, yes.
So it would create a challenge for us.
Because it has an impact of a disparate impact. So there are some wards who are excluded for whatever reason than across the entire city.
So it gives a benefit to the landlords or property owners in that ward where it's excluded, and everyone else is paying more for the program, likely. So there runs the challenge, guys. It's either we're all in or we're not all in. So we either move forward with a rental program across the city or we don't. If we begin, with the greatest respect to Councillor Cooper, if we begin to opt out individually as wards, that then creates the legal conundrum where we can end up being challenged and end up being in a courtroom because of how we're treating some rather than others. And we've always been in this city procedurally fair. We treat all residents the same. We treat all industries the same. We don't make one-off decisions. So I'm really worried if we get into a situation where we're opting out on Ward 8 and we create the problem which the city solicitor has agreed with. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Clark. Councillor McMeekin, second time.
Just very quickly, I'm impressed with the argument that it's our job to ensure the safety and dignity of renters, and I'm equally impressed with the argument that the renters we want to protect shouldn't just be in 1, 8, and 14. I'm buttressed in my thinking by the comments of the solicitor, as well as, if I want to make sure I heard this correctly, I think our staff person said that the longer term goal was to extend this program throughout the whole city. Is that in fact the case?
Yes,
That's my
I think
question.
I heard that too, Councillor, not Councillor. Director Smith, please.
Through the Deputy Mayor, the intent of the report back to phase in the rest of the city is just that, is to include the other wards in the city in this program.
So the obvious supplemental is there a timeline that staff associate with that vision goal?
Well, I think you're bringing the report back 2026, aren't you? Right. Director Smith.
Through the Deputy Mayor, yes. So there's two pieces. So December of 2026, we are looking to phase in Ward 2 initially. And then in December of 2027, that's where we'll bring a report back to speak to the remainder of the city.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Cooper, second time.
Thank you, Chair. To Councillor Clark's point, it's either all or nothing. Okay, really, when you look at it, that's what he's saying. He's saying, we're either going to roll this out. We've been at this 5 years. We're going to be at it, what, another 1 or 2? For maybe 4 wards. Just expropriate or extrapolate that. Are we talking 30-year roll? Let's be honest with us, a 30-year rollout here, 20-year rollout, what is it? Like we don't have a good success at rolling this out. We've been stalled. We've been stalled for how many years? So time matters when it comes to human rights, right? We're going to roll it out, but we haven't. Okay. So Councillor Clark, I think, hit the nail on the head. It's all or nothing. I hear people around this table talking how great it is. I don't see them putting their hand up saying, "Do my ward right now." And so if they want to do their ward right now, put that on the floor. Let's do it right now. Let's have a vote. Everybody's in or everybody's out. I find it disappointing that, people like to talk about my ward, but not offer up their own ward. Offer up your own ward. I give Councillor Crutch credit. I mean, him and I had an email discussion once. He stepped up. I mean, you deserve credit for that because you believe in it, right? I say to others around the table, if you believe in it, step up.
All right. Thank you, Councillor. I'm going to pass the chair to Councillor Jackson because I have a question to the Director, Smith.
So this is your second time then, Councillor
Yes,
Pauls?
it's my second time.
Which is interesting that many have spoken a second time against this supposed bylaw. That's okay, City Clerk Trenum. Anyways, carry on, Councillor
When I was speaking
Pauls.
about let's, penalize the people that break the law, I just want to ask you, could we enforce this bylaw that everybody register, but they don't pay unless they break the bylaw? So can everybody register? Yes, I have, because in that thinking, right now, how many we have that are registering? You're not going to have them all. So why don't we enforce, say everybody has to apply for a license, but we do not have to pay unless you break the law. And the reason is this is another tax, affordability. We're talking about Hamilton. We are struggling. There's people struggling. They're renting their place because they need a second income. So I'm just wondering, could we register everybody without putting a penalty unless they break the law?
Do you understand the question, Acting Director Smith, please?
Through the chair, I believe so. So initially what that would do, that would change the framework of the program financially, and I think what that would do is put pressure on the levy, because we wouldn't be able to guarantee or plan for a cost recovery model. We would be unaware of what the fees would be, about what the charges we would issue are. So there would be budget impacts associated with putting a program like that in place.
Oh, I got the wrong. The question is, are we trying to get money for our city? Is that what this is all about? How to add another tax? I'm just saying, people register, they break the law, they pay. Plain as that. At least we know how many people are renting their place. This way, I heard you say we anticipate that it's going to cover the cost. You don't know if everybody's registering. How do you know they're registering or not?
Through the...
I apologize, so go ahead.
Through the mayor? That would be through the enforcement that we're conducting. It would be the work that we're doing to identify complaints that are coming in and proactively identifying the locations that require licenses. We've built the program or proposed the program in the most recent report to be cost recovery based on what we know now.
Right. I just think if we're going to have a bylaw, it should be for people that break the bylaw. Everybody should register. We know how many people rent their home, and you only pay when you break the law. And to do this, for me, at this time where people are struggling, to add it, it's like another tax on them, and they're going to have to put it somewhere, give it to someone else to pay, and that would be the renter. So thank you.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Pauls. Just to confirm where we are in the agenda, as chair, we are on the amendment still, or are we on the main motion? Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Councillor Francis.
Thank you, Mayor Horvath. If there's no further first-time speakers, I'd like to call the question. Thank you.
I don't know if there are any further first-time speakers. There's a second-time speaker on my list, and Councillor Francis was on my list, so he's calling the question. I'm going to allow the question to be called. So on the question then that's before us, which was the amendment, my understanding is that was brought forward by Councillor Cooper, which we are all aware of what that is. I'm looking to Clerk Trenum. Am I correct?
That's correct. So this is a move to call the question. So that is a motion. So it's moved by Councillor Francis. Do we have a seconder?
Seconder to call the question, Councillor Clark.
So moved by Councillor Francis, seconded by Councillor Clark. So that would be procedural, so we could do a vote by hand.
By hand? Okay, all those in favor of calling the question? Any opposed? So that's, the question's being called. Can we then go to the main, the
Direct
motion?
to the vote on the amendment.
Yes. And so the amendment has to go through electronic or, okay, so the electronic vote will be up momentarily. It's not coming up on my screen, but I'm voting opposed. Thank you. Okay, that motion is defeated on a 7, 8, and 1 abstention. We are now into the main, back to the main minutes of the report, if I'm not mistaken.
So I'm
Or
going
are we
to
still on the
suggest
amendment? We're on Councillor Crutch's amendment?
Nope, so we have that passed.
Okay.
So we are now on the, I'm going to suggest that we just vote on minute item 9.9 separately because we do have a conflict. And there was a request to vote on item 3. So if there is no further discussion on minute item 9.9, you could call the question on A sub 3, which is the
Okay.
report back.
So that was requested by Councillor Jackson. So on, so we're voting first on A sub 3, and that's before us then right away. It's still not coming up. That's fine. That carries 10 to 5 with 1 abstention. Thanks very much. And then on to the 9.9
Balance
as a
of
whole,
9.9, yeah.
as it's amended. Okay, please put the vote up, please, electronically. (9.9), we already voted for item A3. 9.9 as the balance of 9.9 or as amended. And that carries 13 to 2 with 1 abstention. Thank you so much. And now we have the balance of the minutes, if I'm not mistaken, from that committee report. So we're going to clear the speakers list as such and go back to the Planning Committee minutes PLC 25-016 for any further discussion or debate, or questions or discussion. So we have Councillor Cassar. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Horvath. I just wanted to speak briefly about the correspondence for item 7.3. I'd mentioned at Planning Committee that we would expect more correspondence about this report. It was just an information report. I just want to focus on item A. It's correspondence from Jim and Nancy McLeod, and specifically Jim McLeod. So for several years, Jim McLeod has been the president of the Ancaster Village Heritage Community. And very sad to report that on December 4th, Jim passed away very suddenly. I'd gotten to know Jim through this term, and he was a strong advocate for Ancaster and its heritage and its development, and really got to like Jim as I got to know him more. We didn't agree on everything, we agreed on a lot, but at all times, Jim was very respectful, he's very intelligent, and he was a great ally for the community, for me personally, and it's a loss for the city. So this letter that he wrote on this agenda very well, I think may have been his last official act as president of AVHC. So I just wanted to acknowledge that and say thank you to Jim, to share my condolences to his family and friends, everyone in AVHC. It is a huge loss, and I'd just like to close, Mayor Horvath, just reading a small excerpt of the obituary. To know Jim was to feel the gravity of his presence, his brilliant mind, his stubborn streak, his wit, his sensitivity, and the unmistakable force he carried into every room he entered. The hole he leaves behind is shaped exactly like him, large, impossible to fill, and felt by all who loved him. And I'll just mention briefly for those interested, the visitation is Friday at Bay Gardens in Burlington from 5 to 9 p.m. and the funeral service at the same location, the 13th, the Saturday at 2 p.m. Thank you, Mayor Horwath.
Thank you, Councillor Cassar. On behalf of council, I share our condolences as well with the family and the community and the Heritage District Committee as well. Thanks very much. I don't see any further speakers to these particular minutes, so we will now then vote on those minutes.
Sorry, I'd indicated an e-scribe a little while ago.
Oh, okay, Councillor Kretsch, I apologize. You're not on my screen, but please go ahead.
Okay, just wanted to do a separate vote on 9.2 just to affirm my minority vote at the committee. That's all.
Okay, so then we will separate out 9.2. We'll go for that vote first then, before we go to the balance. So on 9.2, can we put that vote up? This is a highway, yeah, it's 1069 Highway 8, Stony Creek, Ward 10, demolition permit. And that carries 12 to 2. Thanks very much, all. Okay, so then on the balance, if we can, on the balance of the minutes, please. Put that electronic vote up. I was just going to ask that. So I'm in favor of the report, or the minutes. Thank you. That carries 14 to 0. And I've heard some requests for perhaps a wee break now to have a little bit of lunch so people can get some sustenance, and we'll come back in half an hour's time. Or shall we come back at 2 o'clock? That's 36 minutes. So if that's all right with everybody, we'll move by myself. Seconded by, moved by Councillor Wang, second by Councillor Cassar. All in favor of a back at 2 o'clock. Thanks, everyone. Apologies again for me having to step out a couple times today. just want to confer with the clerk in terms of where we are on the agenda, which is 7.8 and 12.5 GIC 25-017 we've already dealt with, have we?
No, with that is where we are.
That's where we are, okay, because we just finished the previous, so this is the GIC reports.
This is the regular GIC meeting from December 3rd.
Yes. So Councillor Pauls, Councillor Pauls is not here. So Councillor Jackson, was he? Councillor Jackson, were you previous to Councillor Pauls? In terms of, okay. So Councillor Jackson, may I please have a motion to receive, approve the recommendations within the general issues committee's open and closed minutes of December 3rd, 2025 due to due to a declared conflict, item 8.8 FCS. Okay, we'll do that after. Okay, please go ahead then, Councillor Jackson.
Mayor Horvath, I will. Moved by myself, seconded by the Ward 12 Councillor Craig Kassar, that GIC 25-017 being the open session minutes of GIC meeting held on Wednesday, December 3rd, item 7.8, be received and the recommendations contained therein be approved, and that the closed session minutes of GIC meeting held on that same date, but item 12.5, be approved as presented and remain confidential. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Spatafora?
Thank you, Mayor. At the appropriate time, if we can separate the ICE user fees so I can declare a disqualifying interest, please.
And that's item 8.8, correct?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thanks very much. So then I'll ask if there are any speakers that wish to speak to these reports, these minutes, rather. Seeing, Councillor Kretsch, sorry, please go ahead.
And two things. One, I believe this is where, and the clerk can confirm, I have an amendment for item 8.11. And I'd also like a separate vote on item 8.7A, simply because I wasn't able to vote on that at committee that day. I had to leave because I was ill, as I am now, but I had to leave at that time. So 8.7, separate vote, AA, I believe it is. And I believe I have an amendment for 8.11 when the time is right. And that's whenever that's right, I can speak to it then.
Okay, thank you. So I think we'll go immediately to your amendment since you've provided it. So please go ahead.
Yes, moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Alex Wilson that we allocate 25% of the Housing Acquisition Fund to support not-for-profit cooperative housing applications. And so I'd spoken with folks in the cooperative housing sector and with the folks in the Housing Secretariat about what's the potential to advance more cooperatives. And if you remember, 272 Caroline Street South, for instance, was a successful cooperative supported by the city and now is a not-for-profit co-op. And so when I spoke to staff, they mentioned also that there was the way they were looking to try and meet that part of their mandate, right, which was about increasing co-ops. And so this fits in that pretty well. They were supportive of allocating that funding to trying to support those co-ops. Obviously, and staff can correct me if I'm wrong, obviously if there's not folks who come forward with those kinds of applications, the money would just be spent on other applications as it normally would be, but this is trying to incentivize that and meet our mandate. And that's why I'm putting the motion forward. It's supported by the Cooperatives foundations and associations that fund these projects as well. So the point is it's kind of a partnership, is to try and leverage funding from other organizations who give grants to co-ops and partner with city funding to have more of those in our city. Thanks. And if the clerk could put it on the screen, that might be helpful.
Thanks, Councillor Kretsch. And your seconder was?
Councillor Alex Wilson.
Councillor Alex Wilson, thank you. So can we put that amendment up on the screen so that folks can have a look at it? And I'll just wait for speakers to populate the speakers list if there are any comments or questions. I don't see any coming now at this point, but Councillor Wilson, please go ahead. Oh, sorry, Councillor Maureen Wilson.
Thank you, Mayor Horvath. I am just curious in terms of the population of affordable housing providers. My understanding is that cooperative housing across Canada represents only 3%, was frankly intentionally stalled as a consequence of some policies. And I'm wondering, just curious through the chair, whether Director Baird has a sense of the landscape. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor Wilson. Director Baird?
Thank you, through the chair. So in Hamilton, cooperative housing does make up a smaller percentage of our community and social housing stock overall. I think it's larger than 3%, but it is a very small number. I will say, though, that co-op housing overall does play an important role within the housing continuum, and there are individuals for which co-op housing makes very good sense. We have some great providers within the city that are longstanding co-op providers, and so there is a role for them within the system for sure.
Thank you. I certainly didn't want my comments to be construed that I didn't think that they were valuable. In fact, I wish we could turn back the clock and not have had those policies, which did not cause them to have the right to succeed. So I believe that they are very important. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Wilson. Any further speakers? Councillor Beattie, please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair, and through you. Thank you, Mayor, and through you. Apologies. I think I heard the ward councillor speak to this particular incentive, and sorry again, the councillor in general. This is not a ward-specific issue. We're allotting 25% for cooperative housing, and I think I heard him say that if for some reason that portion did not get used, that it would be reallocated. I just want to understand from an operational sense from staff what that looks like in terms of being able to freely reallocate within the constraints of this particular amendment. If we end up in a position where, say, very few or no cooperative applications come forward, how do we ensure that that additional 25% doesn't just get stranded somewhere, wanting, of course, for it to go back into the mainstream portion for its intended use?
Thanks, Councillor Beattie. Director Baird?
Through the chair, I believe Director Lewis might be online, and I'll see if he wants to answer this one first.
Is Director Lewis with us? Director Lewis, we don't see you because the motion's up on the screen, but we are happy to hear from you, and we'll recognize your voice when we hear it. Oh, we can't hear you. I don't know if you're having a challenge with your volume. Well, we see you now, though. So there's something happening with your
Can you
audio.
hear me now?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, perfect. Sorry about that. And through the chair, through Madam Mayor, it's a good question. And I think that when you're looking at the program document that was attached to the report for GIC, it does allocate the authority to the General Manager of Healthy and Safe Communities, as well as myself as the director, to be able to modify the program. So if this motion is approved today, what we would do is modify that program to ensure that that 25% allocation is included in that. And we would stipulate within those program documents that if that 25% is not able to be spent for cooperative housing, that we would allocate it to other not-for-profit organizations that have submitted proposals.
Thank you. Councillor Beattie?
Thank you, Mayor, and through you. Thank you for that, Director. So it's not nothing that gets rolled into a reserve, nothing that just kind of remains stranded. It does get actively dumped back into the mainstream 75 percentile for a use. If you could just confirm that I've heard that right, Director?
And through the chair, yes, you are correct, Councillor.
Okay, very satisfied with that. Happy to support.
Okay, thanks very much, Councillor Beattie. Any further discussion? I don't see. Oh, Councillor Alex Wilson, please go ahead.
Thank you. Through you, Chair, I just wanted to have a comment. We had this situation actually occur in Ward 13 this year, not a place where folks would say, oh, yep, there's lots of rental housing position, sales of small buildings going up, like not that kind of place you would assume that's happening maybe. Tenants were interested in what their options were. It was when the Fortune Foster kind of downturn was happening and there was lots of uncertainty across the city with properties. And so it just was too much to do all at once. Oftentimes these situations happen in a moment of crisis, and that initial barrier like this was exactly the fund and this was exactly the type of program that would have changed the appetite for risk tenants had in considering their options in that. Thankfully, a great option came in, a not-for-profit provider came in and bought the building, but just folks were actively having conversations about forming a co-op and thinking about what they could do to preserve their right to stay in housing. We're calling other nonprofits. How does this work? And so I think we don't necessarily think of this, co-ops have become rare, unfortunately, in the Canadian housing sector. And I think being able to dedicate some funding, prioritize those efforts, just to say the need is alive and well in our communities. I think we understand that, but I think I was personally surprised to learn how quickly, when faced with a situation of a building being for sale, tenants were ready to look at what their options were and pursue ownership in a cooperative way, and just didn't feel like there was enough supports, legal, financial, et cetera, to support that option together. So really, I think that was a clear need in this program in the recent years, and really support this motion and the work of staff on this. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor Alex Wilson. I don't see any further speakers on the list, so we'll deal with the motion, and then we'll go to the balance of the report and separating out the two votes as indicated. So we'll have the electronic vote up, and I don't have my device with me, so. That carries 15-0. Thanks very much. We are now on to the balance of the, I'm sorry, we have in front of us the balance of the minutes. And so if there's somebody who wants to speak to something on the balance of the minutes, then we will take that person on the balance of the minutes. And if not, then we'll go to the vote. Councillor Chattison on the balance of the minutes?
I put in to speak.
Okay. You're not on my screen, but I get it. No problem.
I just want to highlight 7.3 and
7.3.
go to that for a second.
Yep.
And basically, that was the evaluation of the potential to reduce contingency funds for tax-funded public works capital projects. And last year, myself and Councillor Beattie put this forward in February, and we agreed to a pilot project thanks to some on his feet quick thinking from Councillor Kassar at the time, who allowed this to move forward because I didn't think it was going to have the capacity to move forward. So we agreed to that. And I want to thank General Manager Kennedy for looking at this motion and doing a comprehensive analysis that was really beyond the scope of what I envisioned. So it was really well done. And I would like to highlight that 100,000 to 2 million capital projects demonstrated that there was a reduced reliance on contingency funds. And so in looking at that, all those projects totaled out to 59 million, and with the 2% rebate, it came out to approximately $1,180,000 that will go against the tax budget in the year 2026. So I just wanted to say thank you for that. And I have a question for General Manager Kennedy. And so, I just kind of threw out like 2% thinking that's reasonable. And I was just wondering, would the corporation be put at risk if we went for, say, a reduction of 2.5%?
Please go ahead.
Thanks. Thank you for the
GM.
question. Jackie Kennedy, General Manager of Public Works. We are comfortable with the 2%. That was the basis for the analysis. The fact of the matter is the contingency is there to support changes as they do come up, and they do come up. I think it's a good place to start. If we see trends in the future that suggest that we can do a further reduction, or that the 2% maybe was not consistent, we need to go in the other direction, then I think we'd make those changes.
Okay, thank you very much. One further, well, two more questions. I read in the report basically that contracts valued at less than 100,000 and greater than 2 million, they incurred most significant contingency spending. I was wondering if you had any musings on why is that for ones that are below 100,000? Why do they have the greatest challenge with meeting the contingency?
Please go ahead.
Yeah, I can comment on the theme that we noticed in the discussions that were had around the director table in Public Works, and this really was a collective effort between the the whole team to analyze it and make sure we were all in support of the direction that it was going. For the smallest projects that we have that are under 100,000, the contingency is a very small dollar amount. And so while it's still 10%, it doesn't amount to a lot of room when changes come up. And so the likelihood of that is that the smaller dollar values just don't go as far. And so that's likely the reason.
I understand that, so thank you for that. And then one last comment. The report excludes, it says, Hamilton Water, Transit, Corporate Asset Management, as they do not deliver capital-funded projects. Is there a way to look at contingencies inside these departments to possibly find savings there as well?
Jim Kennedy?
I would say that sure there is. I think we have a good start here with what we've decided to go forward with for 2026, and suggest that we go there. The capital projects in Hamilton Water are generally quite large, and so they are a bit of a different scenario. Thank you.
Okay, I appreciate that, and thanks, and I'll explore that offline further going forward. Thank you very much for all this work. I really appreciate it. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Taddison. Appreciate that. I don't see any further speakers on the list of the to respond to these minutes. So we have a couple of amendments, a couple of separate votes being requested for these minutes, and just in order of on the agenda, 8.7A has been asked to have a separate vote. Is that correct?
That's correct. I believe it's, pardon me, I think 8.7 only has Clause A.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
I believe 8.7 only has a Clause A, so
Okay.
8.7 as a whole.
Okay. And so that's been asked for a separate vote on 8.7. So can we, I'm just going to check.
That's correct. It's PED 25083B, Encampment Response Report Update, and 2026 Parks Bylaw Enforcement.
Okay. Okay, so that's in front of us. All those, we got the electronic vote. That carries 13 to 2. Thanks very much. Then the other one, if I'm not mistaken, was item 8.8 separately because of a conflict. So can we bring 8.8 up, please, for an electronic vote separately?
Sorry, Councillor Cratch. Could you indicate your thumbs up? Thank you.
And that carries 14 to 0 with the one abstention. Thanks very much. All right. Then on the balance of the general issues committee reports that are before us, can we please go to an electronic vote on those? And that carries 15 to 0. Thanks all. We are now on to, I'm just making sure that we are now on to 7.9, AFNA 25-014, Audit, Finance and Administration Committee, December 4th, 2025. Councillor Spatafora, may I please have a motion to receive and approve the recommendations within the Audit, Finance and Administration Committee's minutes of December 4th, 2025?
Thank you, Mayor. It is my honor to introduce this motion for the last time as Chair of AFNA, and that the AFNA 25-014 being the minutes of our last meeting on December 4th, 2025, item 7.9 be received and the recommendations contained therein be approved, seconded by current Vice Chair, Councillor Beatty, and soon to be Chair Beatty. Thank you.
Okay, thanks very much. I don't see any, Councillor Taddison, I believe you have an interest that you wanted to declare.
Yeah, just 10.1, separate vote for the funding support for the ice scraper at Glenford Curling Club.
Thank you, and I don't see any other speakers on these minutes, and so we'll then take that 10.1 separately, and we'll do that one first. So can we have the electronic vote, please, on 10.1 of the AFNA minutes? That carries 14-0 with the one abstention. Thanks very much. And then on the balance of the AFNA minutes? And that carries 15-0. Thanks very much. On to then 7.10 ESC 25-012 Emergency and Community Services Committee, December 4th, 2025. Councillor Nan, may I please have a motion to receive and approve the recommendations within the Emergency and Community Services Committee minutes of December 4th, 2025?
Certainly, Mayor. That's moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Maureen Wilson, that ECS 25-012, being the minutes of the Emergency Community Services Committee meeting held on Thursday, December 4th, be received and the recommendations contained therein be approved.
Okay. Are there any speakers to this report? And I believe we have a declared conflict on this one as well, which we'll go to in a second. But any speakers first? Councillor Nan, please.
Thank you. It is, I had the item earlier itemized. Just 1 second, Mayor. It is item 8.3 in the minutes. So I'm declaring a disqualifying interest out of an abundance of caution as a family member is a resident of one of our municipal long-term care facilities. And this item deals with products that residents will have access to.
Thanks very much, Councillor Nan. Councillor Wang?
Thank you, Mayor. I wanted to make mention of the staff report that was 8.1. It's the Community Safety and Wellbeing, Gender-Based Violence, and Intimate Partner Violence Update. At ECS, we had an excellent delegation where we heard from the Women's Abuse Working Group on all of the work that they have done, and it was an amazing opportunity to ask them questions on what does annualized funding look like, what does how far can we potentially take this? And there was lots of conversation also around what does it really look like moving forward. So I'm just thankful that the team did such a great job of bringing this attention to the forefront. This is also speaks to the work that I know Councillor Nan has done and you yourself have talked about intimate partner violence. And so I think that this is an important conversation that we need to normalize, and we need to normalize the talk of what is femicide and ensure that femicide is part of our normal everyday language, because it's not all right. It's not all right to be killing women or gendered people in this way. So I'm just thankful for this work, so I wanted to make mention of it. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Wang. I don't see any further speakers on this, so we'll go first to the item 8.3 in this set of minutes for a separate vote, please. That carries 13-0 with the one abstention. Thanks very much. And then on the balance of these minutes, please, the electronic vote. And that carries 14-0. Thanks very much, all. We are now on to 7.11, which is HTDS 25-002, sole voting member of the Hamilton Tourism Development Corporation, December 5th, 2025. Councillor Pauls, may I please have a motion to receive and approve the recommendations within the sole voting member of the Hamilton Tourism Development Corporation minutes of December 5th, 2025?
Thank you, Mayor, and it's moved by myself and second by Councillor Jackson, Ward 6, that HTDS 25002 being the minute of the sole voting member of the Hamilton Tourism Development Corporation meeting held on Friday, December 5th, 2025, item 7.11 be received and the recommendation contained therein be approved. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Pauls. Any discussion on these minutes? I don't see any speakers, so we'll go straight to the electronic vote then, please. That carries 14-0. Thanks very much. We're now on to Section 8, which is items for consideration. 8.1 is LS 25021 revised, cyber liability insurance renewal citywide. May I have a motion to approve the recommendations in report LS 25021 revised and maintain the confidentiality of the appendices to the report? Moved by Councillor Wang, seconded by Councillor Spadafora. Any discussion on this report? Seeing none, we'll go to the electronic vote, please. Insurance. And that carries 14-0. Thanks very much. We are now on to the motions. Now we're on to the motions. So we're starting with 9.1, which is East Flamborough Historical Society. Councillor McMeekin, would you please present your motion?
Yes, thanks, Your Worship. It's a very simple motion. It's been to our community council. And just by way of backdrop, we have a community policy that we don't bring any motions to council for approval unless there's unanimous consent of the 40-member council. It's a high bar to cross, so that I just want to put it in context. It's a two-part, two issues from the Heritage Society. Heritage is profoundly important out our way for a whole combination of reasons. It's to protect a heritage dollhouse that was built by Mr. Gunther. I knew him when he was alive many years ago, and also some support work to publish a document of local history. The total request is for $6,500 to come from the Ward 15 non-tax revenue. I so move it.
That's excellent. So that's, again, moved by yourself and seconded by?
Councillor Jackson.
Councillor Jackson, perfect. Any discussion on this motion, folks? Seeing none, we'll go straight to the electronic vote then. And that carries 13-0. Thanks very much. The next motion is 9.2, commemorative designation of Upper James Street, Hamilton as Joseph Miss Mancinelli Way, Ward 8. Councillor Cooper, would you please present your motion?
Thank you, Chair. I'll read my motion and then just comment on it. So moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Pauls, commemorative designation Upper James, Hamilton as Joseph Mancinelli Way, Ward 8. Whereas Joseph Mancinelli has served as an outstanding leader and community builder in Hamilton through his decades of service as the Laborers International Union of North America, LIUNA, International Vice President, Regional Manager, and President of Local 837 and Chair of LIUNA Pension Fund of Central and Eastern Canada. Whereas under his leadership, LIUNA has spearheaded transformational development projects and have revitalized key areas of Hamilton, including the restoration of the historic LIUNA Station, which stands as a symbol of Hamilton's renewal and growth. Whereas Joseph Mancinelli has been widely recognized for his philanthropy, advocacy, and dedication to improving the quality of life for Hamiltonians through his commitment to local charities, healthcare initiatives, and community partnerships. Whereas Upper James serves as a major arterial road connecting the Hamilton Mountain to the downtown core while merging east and west mountain neighborhoods, symbolizing collaboration, unity, and growth. Much like Joseph Mancinelli's enduring contributions that have connected communities, strengthened Hamilton's economy, and inspired civic pride. And whereas the proposal to commemorate Joseph Mancinelli through the commemorative designation of Upper James Street, Hamilton as Joseph Mancinelli Way within Ward 8 seeks to honor his lifelong dedication to the betterment of Hamilton. Therefore, it be resolved that the Transportation Division be directed to designate, fabricate, and install commemorative signs to formally dedicate Upper James Street between the top of Claremont Axis and through to Rymal Road as Joseph Mancinelli Way in collaboration with the Ward 7 and 8 offices. That the commemorative signs be installed in the following locations: Sudley Street Pole in the median of the Claremont, intersection Upper James at Fennel, intersection Upper James at Mohawk, Upper James Street, east and westbound link exit ramps, intersection Upper James Street at Stonechurch, intersection Upper James at Rymal Road. That the commemorative signs be equally funded between Ward 7 and Ward 8 at an upset limit, including contingency not to exceed $5,000, and then an exception to the ward specific funding initiatives policy be approved to permit cost sharing of this initiative across multiple ward budgets. And that the General Manager of Public Works and City Clerk be authorized and directed to execute any required agreement auxiliary documents with such terms and conditions in a form satisfactory to the city solicitor. And just to talk about this, so when I was thinking about great Hamiltonians, Joseph came to the top of my list. Joseph is also a great union leader. As a matter of fact, when I was thinking about union leaders during my lifetime and great Hamiltonians during my lifetime, Joseph was at the top of that list. He's believed in Hamilton, loved on Hamilton. You know, when you think of the fact that he actually still lives in Hamilton, many people that have done great things move out of Hamilton and they forget about us. This is someone who has put his whole life into Hamilton, and this is a recognition that, you know what, if you come to Hamilton, if you live in Hamilton, you invest in Hamilton, you stay in Hamilton, we will recognize you in a positive way. I mean, Joe has single-handedly, I would argue, saved the LRT when it was about to be, when it wasn't happening. He jumped in and got involved. This is a 75th year celebration of LIUNA. You say, why now? Well, because this is the culmination of that celebration. And when I looked around, I thought, has this ever happened before? Have we ever brought something like this directly to council floor? And in fact, I found out we had when it came to the Arcals, and Councillor Maureen Wilson had brought something to the floor here and it was approved. You know, people can say, well, this is a living person that we're designating. Well, we've done that before too with Shea Gildas Alexander, Dave Anderchuk Arena. So we're not doing something we haven't done before. And so, but what we are doing that's different is we're actually recognizing a union leader in Hamilton and commemorating him. He's brought investment to our city when other people weren't investing in Hamilton. We see a lot of the cranes in downtown Hamilton. He's taking and invested in our young people. turned, I'll just say, transformed people's lives with the careers that he's been able to sustain. And he's been a real community partner. And many times when we go to do great celebrations, it's in the buildings that he's actually renewed and restored. And so with that in mind, I put this on the floor for your consideration.
Thanks very much, Councillor Cooper. I don't see any, I see Councillor Kassar on the speakers list. So Councillor Kassar, please go ahead.
Thanks, Mayor Horvath. I'd like to move, and seconded by Councillor Nan, that this item be referred to the Facility Naming Subcommittee for consideration. I think that's the appropriate path. Thank you.
Okay, so on a referral motion, I don't know that there's any debate, which is unfortunate because people might have wanted to speak to the motion itself. But I believe now that it's on the floor, there's nothing that, no further debate that can occur. So and it's an electronic vote, if I'm not mistaken.
That's correct. It's an electronic vote. Sorry, do we have a seconder listed? Yes?
It was Councillor Pauls.
Thank you.
Oh, sorry. It was Councillor Pauls that seconded the motion. Sorry, I apologize, Councillor Pauls. Yes, it was Councillor Nan. But nobody, so I'm sorry, I go by the list and nobody else put their name forward, so we'll go for the electronic vote, please. The deferral is defeated 5-9. 9 to 5, I guess, is the better way to say it. I would just hope that the councillor reach out to the family and make sure that they're well engaged. I'm taking my privilege as the chair to ask that the members who put the motion forward take the time to reach out directly to the family to have a discussion about the best path forward in a collaborative way. So thank you very much. On that note, we're going to move on to the next, to the actual vote. Sorry, to the actual vote. It's before us now. The deferral paused or was defeated, and now we're on to the motion. And I apologize, I spoke out of turn, but now you know what I was going to say. So there you go. Yeah, so then we're on the motion's back on the floor. It was not successfully deferred. So we have a speakers list. We've already had the mover speak to it. So we have Alex Wilson is next on the list, and if folks would like to speak to it, please go on the speakers list, as is our habit, our protocol, our procedure process.
Thank you, through the chair. My apologies. So I do think we have a city facility naming policy and we have a committee to look through that work. I take your point that one of the main criteria is that. So if we can get those checks in other ways, I'm open to those conversations. I personally don't feel like I have the information in front of me to support this motion today. I also am mindful that we all have a collective responsibility to, I think, uphold trust and confidence. And so just again, like everyone's own path with the Integrity Commissioner, but I don't know if folks were prepared to vote on this today and maybe have to seek that advice or whatever with respect to donation records. I just want to maybe urge for a bit more of a process behind decisions like this. Without that process, I think it becomes more of a political conversation. That's not what anyone wants that to be. Personally, I don't think that's where anyone wants that conversation to go. So I think it is helpful when there's a staff report and consideration of those things in the process. Without that, I'm not able to support the motion today.
Thanks, Councillor Wilson. Councillor McMeekin, please.
Yeah, Your Worship, we're in an interesting situation because we did vote not to refer to the naming committee. So I think there's every reason to offer appropriate recognition for Joe Mancinelli. I've known Joe for 40 years. He's and by the way, I think we would be well advised to go out of our way to acknowledge key union leaders in this union town and make sure that they know they're appreciated. And I guess Councillor Cooper has had conversations, I understand, with the family about this. Unless someone knows otherwise, but he tells me he has. tell a quick story. Joe and his leadership style has been an incredible opportunity for our city. I couldn't begin to list all of the investments that Leona has made over the years to charities, fundraising drives, the scholarship fund for all the Leona members whose kids go to university, which was spearheaded by Joe and his team. The walks before my two knees were replaced every year in the Labor Day parade with Leona and their importance there. But I'll tell a quick story about the Lister Block. There was a time when that was in some potential difficulty in terms of the project. You may remember this, Your Worship, when we were at Queen's Park. I was in cabinet at the time. You were there advocating, as you so skillfully did over a number of years. There was I don't even remember the exact details, but it came to a crunch. And it was absolutely imperative that Joe be available to represent the interest, the historical interest of what became the award-winning Lister Block. I drew the short straw to call him in Florida when he was on a family vacation to let him know he had to come home, which he did, by the way. He was quite keen to make sure that project worked, and I gained an awful lot of I've had a lot of respect for him, but I gained even more so on that particular, with respect to that particular encounter. And I don't have any hesitation in standing in solidarity with Councillor Cooper and as he wants to vet one of the most important union leaders in Hamilton history. So I'll support the motion. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor McMeekin. Councillor Pauls, please.
Thank you. And Mayor, when Councillor Cooper asked me to second it, I thought, well, I don't know if everybody knows, but he lives in my ward, and I've been to his house many times. And also, Upper James used to be Ward 7 as well before the realignment. So both, Upper James and Joseph living in my ward. But I think it's always a good day when we can honor a man who has accomplished so much in our city. We want to honor those people. And what Councillor McMeekin said and what Councillor Cooper read, I think it's a good thing to do because there's many great people in our city that really put our city forward. So, and Joseph is one of them. So that's why I'm supporting it. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Nan. Or sorry, Councillor Pauls. I'm looking at, it says now on my computer. Councillor Pauls now, and I saw the N. I need new glasses. So thanks, Councillor Pauls. I don't see any other first-time speakers. Councillor Kretsch, please go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to echo what I think Councillor Alex Wilson was saying. When we do things in this way, and this is not about the Arkells. This is not the same situation. And no one will doubt that Joe's done lots of good things for the city. But like every person, it's a complicated history. Was at one time, like as Ted said, very supportive of things happening at the Lister Block. Initially, though, stood against that happening. Has said things in the community in the last year about homeless folks coming on buses that I think have caused lots of harm in our community. That's why there's a bona fide process for this to go to. So no one thinks a transactional thing is happening here. No one thinks this is being done for political endorsements or donations. Like, it goes through the facility naming subcommittee process for a reason. And that we can't do that here speaks volumes. I'm voting against it.
Thanks, Councillor Kretsch. I have Councillor Cooper for the second time, but our rules do say, and I mentioned them at the beginning of the meeting, and I know I was out for a while, so I didn't see what happened when I wasn't in the chair, but there is a requirement for people to, around this table, to basically allow for a second-time speaker by a vote. And I believe that's simply a procedural by hand vote. And so I'm going to ask for a vote on allowing Councillor Cooper to speak a second time on his motion. So all those in favor, please raise your hands. Any opposed? That carries. So please go ahead, Councillor Cooper.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to address the great questions you would ask. I have had an ongoing conversation with the family, and I would not have proceeded without that conversation. So that's the grounds I'm proceeding on. Yes. Your Honor. They're honored. Sorry. Ted's just helping me here. No, they're honored for this motion to be passed. So this is any concerns that you had with respect to that. We're okay.
And just because usually those things would happen at the committee, and I think people have expressed that. And I respect the fact that you're having those discussions, and it's extremely important. So appreciate that.
And if I could also just mention about the committee, I mean, we're talking about this committee, and this isn't the intention of this, but let's talk about the committee. I've had a park that was 50 years named as what it was. One person came to that committee, it got approved with a new name, and I got sent the bill without any consultation. So we'll take that offline and deal with that.
Yeah, this is, that's not what's before us right now, but my understanding is that there are no further speakers on this, and so then on the motion that's before us, we'll go to the electronic vote, please. And that carries a 9-5. Thanks very much, all. We are now on to, where's my roadmap? We are now on to 9.2A, correspondence from Joshua Warish respecting the withdrawal of motion 9.2. May I have a motion to receive the correspondence from Joshua Warish respecting the withdrawal of motion 9.2? That's a hands vote, please, to receive. Oh, that's moved by Councillor Nan and seconded by, first of all, Councillor McMeekin. And the vote in favor. Any opposed? That looks like it's carried. We're now into 9.3, which is the implementation of Enterprise Risk Management, ERM, for the City of Hamilton. Councillor Spadafora, would you please present your motion?
Thank you, Mayor Horvath. It's moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Cooper. Implementation of an enterprise risk management ERM for the City of Hamilton. Whereas the effective risk management is essential to ensuring that the City of Hamilton can anticipate, mitigate, and respond to risks that may impact service delivery, financial stability, and public trust. Whereas the ERM provides a structured, organized, wide approach to identifying, assessing, and managing risks across all departments and functions. And whereas implementing ERM may require dedicated resources, including staffing, support, training, and external expertise. Therefore, be it resolved that the senior leadership team be directed to report back to AFNA committee in Q2 of 2026 on the feasibility of implementing an ERM framework at the City of Hamilton, and that the report include an overview of ERM best practices and potential benefits for the city, a review of the ERM and its implementation in other municipalities of similar size, an assessment of what would be required to implement ERM, including staffing, resource, organizational structure, training, capacity building needs, potential use of consultants or external expertise, and estimated timelines and costs, and options for phased implementation if applicable. And I'll just speak briefly to it, Mayor. I want to thank Solicitor Shields, the Auditor General, for their input in this. I've also sent this to SLT a week ago, maybe 2 weeks ago, to have their eyes on it. So looking for support. I think it allows our senior leadership team to come back in 6 months and I think show us the benefits of what this can do for the city moving forward. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Spadafora. I have a speakers list. Councillor Alex Wilson, please go ahead. Or is that from before?
No, this is on this item. Thank you. Through the chair, it's an information report pack. I do think this is helpful information to have. I just if I could, through US staff, just a couple of questions about how they're interpreting the direction. For example, my understanding is as part of our cybersecurity response Build Back Better, we have a director of enterprise portfolio management on staff today that is doing reporting in front of council. So maybe just how does the existing work plan, the existing report back structure either work nicely with this proposed structure, or is there any friction? Just trying to understand the differences between the two. Thank you.
Looking to the bench, City Manager Clucky, did you catch the question?
Through you, Madam Mayor, are you? I just want some clarity. Are you asking if the motion aligns with what staff would work on?
I'm trying to understand the differences in terms of a report back schedule or other pieces. So, for example, Director Leishman's in front of us regularly providing updates on as we're moving forward with enterprise management and Building Back Better specifically. So that's more of a recent trend. I'm just trying to understand, how does this scope of work differ than the existing scope of work? I want the report back. I think that's helpful. I'm trying to understand what those differences are so I can appreciate what to look for in the report back. Like, is it how to accelerate this work? I'm just trying to understand how staff are seeing, like, is there differences in the work plan, and how do we recognize those so we can understand that in the report back what the outcomes are?
Through you, Madam Mayor. So the way we perceive this is more as an enterprise system, and coming back in terms of how we would evaluate risk and what recommendations we can make to council overall and what timeline that would take. In regards to the work that Pat Leishman is doing, while she'll integrate risk into the Build Back Better structure, she wouldn't be the one focusing on the enterprise risk management system.
Thank you. So to paraphrase, we are moving forward with enterprise management through you, Chair, but this is a distinct item of work. And so I appreciated hearing that. Like, I think that's, for me, just getting that clarity. I'm happy to support, looking forward to understanding more. I agree this is an important step for the organization. Thank you. And thanks to the mover.
Thanks, Councillor Wilson. And who do we have next? We have Councillor Kassar, please.
Yeah, Councillor Wilson asked my question, so I'm good.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Cooper, please.
Thank you, Chair. There's been a number of times we've talked about future risks coming along, and as much as people within their various departments have tried to do some variation of this is going to, I think, give us the framework we need across our enterprise to be able to identify whether it be cybersecurity before it becomes an issue, or you go back in our history, we've had also the issue with the what happened with the sewage ending up in our harbor. This is going to take a comprehensive look across our enterprise to really look at what we don't know, what our blind spots are, and bring that to our forefront so we can have that in front of us and really manage it and make decisions around it. So I applaud the staff support and Councillor Spetafor for bringing this forward. This is really where we have to go next in terms of the experiences we've had and to get us ready so that we don't have those again in the future. So I'm obviously supporting it and seconding as well. So thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Cooper. Councillor Maureen Wilson, please.
Thank you very much. I'm strongly in support of this motion. I really appreciate the time that the Solicitor and the Auditor General gave me. If I understand the intent, in short, yes, to get the report back, but this will, if implemented in phases, probably because it is significant, it will ensure that we culturally and structurally provide for multiple eyes on a project, and in so doing, enable representatives from different divisions and departments to identify the risk potentially, to evaluate and weigh that risk, and to ensure that they've looked at a proposal in a fulsome manner, not to prevent it, but to enable it to provide for a greater chance of success, but also, in so doing, clearly uphold and identify what is could be or could not be in the public interest. Very strongly supportive. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Wilson. I don't see any further speakers on the list, so the motion is before us, and we'll ask for the electronic vote to come up, please. And that carries 15-0. Thanks very much. We're now on to 9.4, amendment to the council decision of October 8th, 2025, respecting minute item 8.1 of the October 3rd, 2025 Planning Committee minutes, PLC 25-013, PED 25-130, applications for an official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment for lands located at 1570 Main Street West, Hamilton, Ward 1. Councillor Maureen Wilson, would you please present your motion?
Thank you. It's moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Ted McMeekin. In short, this is a planning application for 12 stories on Main Street West. It did not enjoy staff support. However, committee and certainly myself assessed it. It included a sustainable build, almost 10%, 3 bedrooms, and affordable housing component. It is a development led by Kindred Works, which is the development arm of the United Church of Canada, who my understanding is every development that they have successfully brought online has achieved this level of affordable housing. But my ignorance was such that we embedded in the holding provision that they achieve that 30%, and inadvertently that could frustrate their next step, which is to CMHC. So this is so that we don't do anything to frustrate their application, which in this case is a binary holding, which could assume that they've already secured the 30%. I hope you will support it. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor Wilson. Don't see anybody on this speaker's list. Anybody further? So the motion is before us, and we'll go to the electronic vote then, please. And that carries 15-0. Thanks very much. We're now on to 9.5, Ward 3 Community Resilience Grants Fall 2025 allocations. Councillor Nan, would you please present your motion?
Happy to do so. Thank you, Mayor. Moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Huang. Committee member or council members will recall I moved a motion last month through GIC. We were waiting for 2 of the applicants to complete their criteria for the application, where that has happened now. The 2 successful applicants have fulfilled their application requirements, are now eligible to proceed with the fall 2025 allocations. And so therefore be it resolved that a grant to the gala planning team for costs associated to the holiday breakfast be funded from the Ward 3 non-property tax revenue account listed at upset limit of $1,000, and that a grant to the Women's Wentworth Historical Society for costs associated with the Hamilton Light Festival at Gage Park be funded from the same account at an upset limit, including contingencies not to exceed $2,200. And, oh, sorry, my apologies, I just have to quickly check that Stack Hamilton is listed here, although I believe they were in the initial motion. So I'm just gonna strike C from what's before council and reallocate the letters. Yeah.
So then D becomes C.
Correct. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Okay, we don't have any speakers that I am aware of, so we'll go straight to the vote then on Councillor Nan's motion. And that carries 15-0. Thanks very much. I'm now going to ask Councillor Pauls to take over the chair so that I can...
Okay, Mayor. I'll take over the chair, and this is 10.1, City of Hamilton Resolution to endorse the Elect Respect campaign. Mayor Horwath, would you please present your motion to suspend the rules in order to consider this motion?
Thanks very much. I don't have the suspend, oh, here it is. Moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Maureen Wilson that the rules of order be suspended to allow for the introduction of a motion respecting the City of Hamilton resolution to endorse the Elect Respect campaign.
So is there any discussion? Anybody on the queue? I don't, no? Okay, we'll go for the vote then. And it's carried 15-0. Mayor Horwath, would you please present your motion and then we'll see if there's any discussion.
I would like to do that. Thanks very much. Appreciate that. So it's moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Maureen Wilson. And I'm going to read out the whereases because it does explain really what this motion's all about. So whereas democracy is healthy when everyone is able to participate fully and safely and contribute to the well-being of their community. Whereas the City of Hamilton has taken steps to protect and promote the safety and well-being of City of Hamilton employees, residents, and visitors through the implementation of the R-Zone Respectful Environments policy. Whereas in response to feedback from residents and concerns about recent incidents across the city, and myself, Mayor Andrea Horwath, hosted a community safety summit to bring together the voices of residents, businesses, community organizations, social service providers, and Hamilton Police Services. Whereas we are witnessing the dissolution of democratic discourse and respectful debate across all levels of government and in neighboring jurisdictions. Whereas Ontario's municipally elected officials are dealing with increasingly hostile, unsafe work environments, facing threats and harassment. Whereas social media platforms have exacerbated disrespectful dialogue, negative commentary, and toxic engagement, which disincentivizes individuals, especially women, and candidates from diverse backgrounds from running for office. Whereas better decisions are made when democracy is respectful and constructive, and the voices of diverse genders, identities, ethnicities, races, sexual orientation, ages, and abilities are heard and represented around municipal council tables. Whereas the Association of Municipalities of Ontario's Healthy Democracy Project has identified concerning trends with fewer people voting in local elections and running for municipal office. Whereas in 2024, female elected representatives from across Halton formed a group called HER, Halton Elected Representatives, which pledged to speak out against harassment and negativity in politics and called on elected officials to uphold the highest standards of conduct. Whereas HER Halton has launched a campaign called Elect Respect to promote the importance of healthy democracy and safe, inclusive, respectful work environments for all elected officials that encourages individuals to participate in the political process. Whereas on June 5th, 2025, the Canadian Association of Feminist Parliamentarians launched a nonpartisan parliamentary civility pledge to encourage all parliamentarians to commit to end workplace harassment and increase civility on Parliament Hill, modeled after the pledge developed in Halton by representatives of HER. And whereas the City of Hamilton is seeing a disturbing trend in derogatory, hateful, and at times violent rhetoric towards local elected officials, disproportionately targeting women, people of color, and 2S LGBTQIA+ representatives that undermines safety and discourages democratic participation. Therefore, be it resolved, A, that Hamilton City Council supports the Elect Respect pledge and commits to treat others with respect in all spaces, public, private, and online. Reject and call out harassment, abuse, and personal attacks. Focus debate on ideas and policies, not personal attacks. Help build a supportive culture where people of all backgrounds feel safe to run for and hold office. Call on relevant authorities to ensure the protection of elected officials who face abuse or threats, and model integrity and respect by holding one another to the highest standards of conduct. B, that Hamilton City Council calls on elected officials, organizations, and community members to support the Elect Respect campaign and sign the online pledge at www.electrespect.ca. And C, that a copy of this resolution be sent to the Association of Municipalities of Ontario, Ontario's Big City Mayors, Federation of Canadian Municipalities, the Office of the Mayor of Burlington, relevant MPs and MPPs, Regional Police, the Ontario Provincial Police, and the Royal Canadian Mounted Police. So that is the motion, moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Wilson. May I just say a few small words?
Yes, you may.
Thank you very much. I want to start by saying that I think the resolution speaks for itself. I mean, it's pretty clear. So I don't want to go into great detail, except to say as mayor, I continue to be disappointed in some of the behaviors that we see in some of our colleagues, whether it's here or elsewhere, that are being hatefully targeted, and that I really firmly believe in this, what this resolution sets out. I do want to also, though, however, acknowledge that Councillor Wilson brought this to me earlier in the year, and at that point in time, there were other matters that I was kind of seized with and was not able to really give it much thought at that point in time. But I'm glad that Councillor Wilson has agreed to second this motion, and I really hope that all members of council not only support it, but take it to heart and live by it, because we are leaders in our community, and modeling the proper, the appropriate, the democratic, the respectful behavior as leaders in our community sets, I think, a tone that is important. And we are set to a higher standard, I believe, as leaders in our community, and we can model the best behavior possible to hope or to aid or assist in perhaps the disrespectful situation that we see too often in our community from continuing. So on that note, thanks very much.
Thank you. And I'm wondering if there's any discussion, on the Q. Carrie, will you indicate? It's Councillor Wilson first. Maureen Wilson, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Horvath, for leading on this. The Oxford University Press's word of the year this year is rage bait. Rage bait. It's a term and it's a phenomenon. And Oxford Dictionary defines it as online content deliberately designed to elicit anger, which is typically posted in order to increase traffic or engagement with a particular web page or a social media account. And the use of rage bait has increased threefold in 1 year. Both scholars and practitioners have now stated that online abuse must be recognized as a form of political violence. And it appears to be particularly damaging to women and equity-seeking members of our communities. Here's a quote I found from a Conservative member who is running in the last federal election. I'm not hypersensitive, but there are swear words and there are swear words, right? The swear words used against women are often very sexually focused. That is an issue because it has an impact on me as a woman and my family. And I don't know what the equivalent is for a male candidate. Carol Clemenhagen of Ottawa went on further and she said she realized also if her posts were a bit punchy or a bit more partisan towards her opponent, who was Catherine McKenna, originally from Hamilton, they would get a lot more attention and engagement. She said it became really evident how easy it is to crank people up. In a 2020 report looking at online incivility and abuse in Canadian politics, looked at more than 1 million tweets directed at candidates in the 2019 federal campaign. 40% were uncivil, 16% were abusive. And contained threats. I always try to remember when I'm at this table or when I am watching Geekily So, the Canadian Parliamentary Channel, or the Ontario Legislative Channel, what if there were children in the gallery? Would you be serving as a good role model for those children in how you engage with your colleagues, with staff, and with the public? Because you're trying to ferment in them an interest in service, engagement, and the honor that still comes in holding public office. Sadly, sometimes that is not the case. So I do think our democracy demands our best efforts, and it means ensuring that we set an example so that everyone, particularly those who don't continuously have a seat at this table, when they are at this table, are not open to abuse at this table. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Let's Stephen thought. Okay, anyone else on the list, Carrie? Councillor Nan, please.
Thank you, through you, Deputy Mayor. Thank you for this motion. I truly appreciate it. I want to draw emphasis to the first component of the therefore be it resolved, that Hamilton City Council support the pledge and commit to. So I think we've had a number of motions come forward several times this term, but also throughout the history of councils that feel like declarations versus what I think is very poignantly pointed here, which is about our behavior. And it is about our active engagement with each other. I think this is an invitation, and I would say as a council member who, you know, identifies as a woman, identifies as a racialized person, I can say that it matters. Every single time my colleagues around the table have shown me solidarity, shown me support in the face of a lot of vitriol and targeted hate towards me based on my identity. I call it out directly. I have no problem doing that. Whether it's attempted targeting of me in the two identities I mentioned, and then increasingly so in the anti-South Asian racism that we've been seeing spewed across Canada. I also have actively checked in with my colleagues when I've noticed them being the subject of targeting. I've also directly talked to my council colleagues when I've noticed that they've reposted something, especially when they've reposted something from someone who's been actively engaging in hateful, awful, vulgar comments, either about me or other council members, specifically targeting women, racialized colleagues, and my colleagues who identify openly from the Two-Spirit LGBTQIA+ community. And inside of those opportunities of having those direct and honest conversations, y'all know me not to shy away from hard things, some colleagues have corrected themselves. They've taken down those posts. They said, thank you for bringing that to my attention. I didn't realize. I didn't bother doing the due diligence to check on whether or not this person is engaged in other kind of activity. But I think that I want to emphasize the online piece here, because it is a place that we can become so lax and loose with what we're doing. It is an area that isn't governed for us to participate in, yet it has the most impact right now in terms of proliferation of ideas, proliferation of misinformation, and unfortunately, proliferation of this kind of violence and hate and disrespect. And so I really want to encourage all of us around the table to do our due diligence. If you have staff members who are supporting you in your online presence, to invest in their capacity building skills as well. Have them participate. AMO has some great workshops that are available for us as council members, but also our staff, to learn about what to look out for online. There's also content put forward by so many non-governmental organizations that also speak to identifying how to take on misinformation, but also how to take on hate online. So I really want to encourage my colleagues, if you don't have access to the plethora of educational opportunities, I'm sure between your council colleagues around the table that do, happy to share them. I know that I'd be happy to share that with you all as well. So again, thank you for this. I appreciate it, but really it is going to be in your actions. Thanks.
Okay, Councillor McMeekin, please.
Thanks very much.
Councillor Crutch, I'm so sorry. Councillor Crutch. It's my fault. I don't have it in front of me, but go ahead,
It's really okay.
Councillor.
It's just an order of operations, no big deal. Yeah, I'm also thankful for this motion. In 2023, when a group of women across Ontario wanted to address a lot of abuse they were receiving, sometimes in situations where councillors got themselves out of hand, this council supported a motion to ask for Bill 5 to be supported. Unfortunately, the government didn't support it in the end, asking for there to be less abuse, less harassment, less of those kinds of things in municipal circles, and for them to be penalties if councillors strayed outside those lines. And so this is building on that and other movements that, frankly, women have been trying to do this work for many years. And what I hear Councillor Nan saying, and I experience the same thing a lot myself, unfortunately, is she's asking for everyone around this table to take this seriously. I don't think it's asking a lot, actually, for people to take this seriously. And when any one of us is being attacked by somebody else, spend a bit of your political capital and raise attention about it, raise awareness about it. Because when other people around the council table and leadership circles, community leaders are silent, it sends a message to everybody else that this isn't important. People are trying to raise awareness about this, make sure people understand the impacts of it and the impacts it has. This motion speaks to things like people not feeling like they want to run again because of the kinds of situations they're put in, the threats of violence to themselves, death threats, all kinds of things based on their identity. Not any position they're taking politically, but literally based on just who they are as a person. And if we can't stand up for one another on that basic principle, I think something's deeply wrong with politics. Deeply wrong with what we're doing around this table if we can't do that simple thing. So when you see it, and I know some of you have seen some of these things and stayed silent. So I'm asking you from today forward to commit yourself to doing better. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Crutch. Now we have Councillor McMeekin, please.
Thanks, Chair. You know, we all make a difference. I guess the important question is, what kind of difference are we going to choose to make? There's a song that goes through my head. My little guy sings it. He's kind of cute when he does this. It goes, "Let there be peace on earth and let it begin with me." I don't think he understands what it means, but it's a start, right? The hope is he will come to do that. So we've said from time to time around this table that it's important that we be able to disagree even passionately at times without being disagreeable. I believe that is so critical, and sometimes when we lose our way on that, we end up wasting a lot of time that we could really be focused on things far more important than returning hate for hate, or anger for anger, or hurt for hurt. I got a letter a couple weeks ago. You know, when we talk about being civil, dignified, respectful, treating everyone with dignity and respect, and Councillor Maureen has mentioned some correspondence that some have received from a constituent who wasn't 4 words into his letter before he used the F word. In the second paragraph, I discovered for the first time in my life that I didn't have 4 brain cells to rub together, which was surprising, you know. And went on to list 13 things he wanted me demanded, didn't want me to demanded that I do. I referred all of those to appropriate staff, by the way, because there was some substance there that was worth following up on. But closed by saying, and use another series of expletives, Your Worship, demanding that we not increase taxes even one nickel. So I wrote him back. I thanked him for his thoughtful letter. Said, I always appreciate hearing from my constituents. And some of the points you raised were of particular interest and would be passed on. And I think I wished him a Merry Christmas. And I put my phone number down, said, if you want to talk, give me a call. Little did I know he was going to call me. He did. And he began by saying, Councillor McMeekin, you're the first councillor in 30 years that's ever responded to one of my emails. And I felt like saying, no wonder, right? In fact, we eventually got around to that. I think forged as a result of not hanging up on him to maybe have a bit of a hopeful relationship. I think hope is our responsibility here. Even in the darkest of days, our job is to build hope. To try, no one wants to be led by a pessimist. We should try to be optimistic, even when there are dark days there. And we do that with constituents. We need to call out harassment where we see it. But even then, we've got to do it in a gentle way. You know why, Your Worship? Because we don't have often any clue at all what sort of trauma somebody may be going through. So respond with kindness even when it hurts to do so, or may be questionable to do so. Because in the long run, all we've got left around here is our integrity and the ability to tell the truth and to try to work as collaboratively as we can. There's some people we'll never work with. Best to just identify that. Move on. Hope that helps. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilor. I don't know, Carrie, do we have any others? All right, so there's no further speakers. So we'll go for the e-vote, electronic vote, please. And it passes 15-0. Congratulations, Mayor.
Thanks, Councillor Pauls. I'll take the chair back now. Thanks for your help today. I appreciate it. We're now on to 10.2 then, and thanks for the support to the councillors. 10.2 is the development of a formal process to track motions and their respective deliverables. Councillor Spadafora, would you please present your motion to suspend the rules in order to consider the motion?
Thank you, Mayor. It's moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Francis to suspend the rules in order to introduce this motion. And I'll take responsibility. As I was working with the clerks on this motion, I think we were completed the process, but we actually weren't. So then yesterday I kind of scrambled to get back to them to finalize it. And unfortunately, that's why I needed to suspend the rules. I think it's something we want to get started on because it helps everybody, staff, councillors, to make sure we're organized. So hopefully we can suspend the rules and then I can introduce the motion and people can have questions of the clerk if needed. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Spadafora. The motion to suspend is in front of us. Any speakers on the motion to suspend? Councillor Wilson, please.
I beg your pardon. I don't know what the motion is.
The motion, well, first there's a motion to suspend the rules, and then the motion will be put on the table if that passes. Clerk Trenum?
I respect that.
Can I read the notice?
But I don't know what will inform my
Yes.
vote on whether it warrants a suspension. Thank you.
Okay, thanks very much. Please go ahead with the notice then.
So the motion reads, development of a formal process to track motion, their respective deliverables, whereas between December 11th and July 30th, various decision-making bodies, including Council, GIC, Public Works, and the AFNA Committee passed motions directing and requesting staff for specific deliverables such as reports with either specific deadlines or deadlines connected to decision-making such as budget deliberations, whereas the specific deliverables of these motions were either late, were either late or remain unfilled. Therefore, be it resolved that the city clerk be directed to report back to AFNA Committee on the development of a formal process that tracks motions and their respective deliverables, including staff reports for all decision-making bodies to be used by the city manager and relevant general managers and directors. And there's the part that's missing there is the report back to include the cost, if any, and the date of the report back, which the clerk, if the rules do get suspended, the clerk will speak to the report back date.
Okay, Councillor Wilson, the floor is still yours.
Oh, thank you. I'm not sure procedurally if this is the appropriate time. I know I would like to defer this, if it becomes a motion, to the governance subcommittee. There has been some discussion, I know Councillor Wang, myself, with the clerk, about a way in which we can collate all the outstanding business list items, which would include, obviously, motions. And I raised this last July, raising it again, would appreciate that. I believe it belongs in the governance review, but procedurally, I'm not sure whether I raise that question now or when it becomes a motion or what. Thank you.
So I will go to the clerk. My thought off the top of my head would be that we have the motion before us before it can be deferred or referred, but that's just my sense of it. Go ahead, Clerk Trenum.
I would agree. We should deal with whether or not to suspend the rules, and then we can discuss placement, report back, and what to do with it thereafter.
Okay, thanks very much. So then before us is the motion to suspend the rules. And don't see any further discussion on the motion to suspend, so that will be before us. That carries 15-0. So then, Councillor Spadafora, please go ahead and put your motion forward.
Mayor, I'm not going to rewrite it, but in light of what Councillor Maureen Wilson said, I have no issue that the governance subcommittee, I believe, reports up and into AFNA. The only thing I would ask Clerk Trenum to provide or maybe add to is, if he's comfortable with the report back date of, say, end of Q. Again, I don't know when the subcommittee is meeting, but just to pile on Councillor Wilson's comment, if this was brought forward, I think she said last July, the OBL is not something that I believe works well enough to keep our staff and everybody on the same page. It's not, I'm not saying staffs, I'm just saying it would help staff if we had a more up-to-date technology-based way to track the amount of stuff that this body does on a weekly basis. So I'm okay with the governance subcommittee. That'll report up, and I'll leave it up to the clerk, to add the report back date. And the only other thing was to include any costs that would be associated with a new program, if that's what the plan is. Thank you.
Okay, so then just to understand then, are you as the mover, Councillor Spadafora, asking the seconder to withdraw or to refer, or are we asking Councillor Wilson to go ahead with a referral? I just want to make sure we are doing this procedurally in a way that you're comfortable with.
I'm good. If Councillor Wilson wants to refer, if the clerk wants to give instructions, I'm open to it getting to governance subcommittee, whichever way it has to.
Clerk Trenum?
We do have a governance review subcommittee meeting, I believe, scheduled in January. Thank you, January 19th. So you could refer it there. In either case, I would look to report back through governance probably by the end of Q2 next year.
Okay, if that's to everybody's satisfaction, can we have that referral motion then, please?
Thank you very much, Councillor Spadafora. Yes, I would like to refer it there. Thank you.
With instructions, Councillor Spatafor, did you want to put some instructions, just so everybody's clear? You mentioned a few items.
Yes, so just we want to make sure that when it does go back to governance subcommittee, the cost of any program that the clerk's department is looking to implement, and that the report back goes to governance by the end of Q2 2026. And I'll second the referral if that's okay.
Perfect. Okay, there's no debate on the referral except for instructions. Any discussion then on that? No? Okay, then we'll go to the electronic vote, please. And that carries. Thanks very much. We are now on to statements by members, and then we have private and confidential. So we, as normal, would go through a process of populating the speakers list. So I would ask folks to please identify if you have a member statement for the closure of this year, 2025, at our final council meeting, and then. And the race is on. Councillor Spatafor was the first one up. Please go ahead.
Thanks, Mayor. I thought I'd get on first and get out of the way so the more important people that do a lot better job at this can go in front of me. So I just want to thank my residents that showed up last night for my town hall at the beautifully renovated People's Church. Even with the not so great weather, we were able to get some of our community out. And also a thank you to GM Zagaric and Director Weaver, who came and presented on the tax-supported and water budget to the residents and took their questions and had a bit of fun. Usually with talking about taxes, there's not a lot of fun, but we were able to throw a couple jokes in there to keep the mood as light as possible. So thank you to them for taking the time to come to my town hall. I wanted to, in light of this morning's apology on my behalf, I thought it would make sense for me to do something that I haven't done before, and I'm going to highlight. And if I may be highlighting staff members that aren't overly excited about me highlighting them, I guess they're going to have to. They're going to put a complaint in that I said something good about them. But anyways, the first thing I'd like to do, and I won't mention the people that helped me find these things because I'm definitely not smart enough to find these things, but I want to recognize the city solicitor who a few months ago was given the Bruce A. Noble Award for a distinguished Canadian municipal lawyer. And again, I'm trying to make up for all my poor behavior over the, I have more. But just so everybody knows, I have nothing for the people around the horseshoe, all right? But anyways, I thought it was important to recognize Solicitor Shields. I can only speak for my personal interactions with the solicitor. It's a pretty straightforward conversation, which I enjoy. She's to the point. She provides the information that I need, and she's always available to explain things in a very simple way for someone as simple as me to be able to understand. So thought it was important to recognize. I'm not going to go into the write-up that talks about the achievements and her great career, but I just thought it was important. It's a pretty big award to win. It's a Canadian-wide award, so I just wanted to offer that congratulations. I have one more that I'm going to provide for staff. Hopefully, getting back in the good books here, Mayor. I'm trying. So this last, again, I won't tell you where I get these things, but I got good staff too that allow me to take all the credit. So we also had someone in our organization that was awarded a Second in Canada award, First in Ontario award for Administrative Professional of the Year in 2025. So Rosanna Malati was the #1 in Ontario for Administrative Professionals of the Year and 2nd in Canada. And if you want some more information on it, I'll give you a hint as to where maybe the people that helped me found it was Admins Rock. So if you look at Admins Rock, you'll find that information. But again, I thought it was important to highlight these two. These are pretty, in my opinion anyway, those are pretty substantial awards. And I'm happy that some people helped me find this stuff. And I was the one that was able to bring forward and congratulate them and make up for some other stuff that I did previously. So Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays, stay safe. You'll get a few weeks without me, so enjoy the time off. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Spadafora. Councillor Tattison.
Just a mention for the Bimbrook Santa Claus Parade this coming Saturday, December 13th at 2 p.m. Traveling. Well, sorry, I don't know what that word is there. Okay. So it's anyways, your counselor from Ward 11, that's me, will be in and around the horses being pulled by pulling Santa's wagon, riding on the cleanup ATV with shovel in hand, ready to serve the greater community and helping keep our roads hygienic and clean to the delight of many, as we know our horses are not trained properly. Thank you.
Good man, good man.
Another mention of the winter celebrations and Christmas concerts at Garth Trails Saturday night at 7 and the Villages of Glencaster Sunday afternoon. The music is always good. I appreciate being invited and attending every year. Thanks also to the folks that came out earlier this week regarding the industrial development west of Glencaster Road and north of the airport. Staff and consultants were quite surprised at the turnout. It is coming. The AEGD is coming, and be prepared. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Tattison. Councillor Pauls, please.
Thank you, Mayor. And of course, December I was a deputy mayor, and I've been going everywhere, and it's wonderful. I love it. First of all, December 1st was Sport Hamilton 25th Annual Breakfast Champion. You were there, and a few of the council. It was a great day, and it was packed event where we celebrated the achievement of Hamilton-grown athletes of all ages. That evening, after Public Works, Councillor Tattison joined me as a deputy mayor. We're Out of the Cold organization launch given Tuesday. The plan was to light the Hamilton sign in their blue and peach color. Murphy's Law had another plan. The sign would not light up. So we celebrated under the beautiful lit city tree instead. I want you to know that they raised $12,000, and their goal was they raised $12,000, exceeding their goal of $2,000. This is their 28th year out of the cold, providing hot nutrition meal for those in need from 10 different sites. Last year, volunteers created, listen to this, 33,518 meals for Hamiltonians from November to March. Just imagine that, 33,000 meals. Then on Tuesday, December 2nd, Food for Kids also served up breakfast at Carmen's. What a unique array of local vendors with delicious and creative offerings. This event reminded us about the heartbreaking realities for so many in our region kids face when it comes to food insecurity. And I want to say, last night, I attended Wayside House, a conversation about addiction and recovery with Steve Paikin and Tom Wilson in the beautifully renovated King John building. For more than 58 years, Wayside of Hamilton has been supporting men in recovery with care and respect. As a longtime supporter of Wayside, I'm very excited that it was expanding its footprint with the purchase of new building to offer even more comprehensive, life-changing support for the individuals and families within the region. I saw Councillor Wilson there, and husband Terry. Was lovely to see you. It was a packed house, actually. It was great. But the last comment I want to make is, Mayor, and to my colleague, I want to take a moment to wish all the residents of Hamilton a very Merry Christmas. To me and my entire family, we celebrate Christmas. It represents a time of gift giving more than any other time of the year. As Christians, we celebrate the greatest gift of all, Jesus' birth. Two of my favorite commandments are to love him and to love our neighbor, not just as Christmas time, but all year long. In this extra special time of giving, gathering, and grateful rejoicing, let's take a moment to remember the gift of kindness to each other. Now more than ever, reach out to someone less fortunate with kindness and giving. As I thank God daily for his mercy towards me, I wish those celebrating Christmas a season filled with joy and thanksgiving. I'd also like to offer warmest wishes to those soon celebrating Hanukkah and Kwanzaa. May all of Hamiltonians be blessed with peace through the holidays in the coming year. God bless.
Thank you, Councillor Pauls. Councillor Francis.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. I want to take this opportunity to give credit to a few worthy folks who care deeply for our city. First, I want to thank MPP Monica Ciriello for connecting me and advising me, or connecting with me rather, and advising me that despite the very near looming deadline, Hamilton had not yet applied to move forward on its application for the Provincial Road Safety Improvement Fund. This money is available in the millions of dollars for projects that would protect residents on our roads. The deadline to obtain this funding, to my understanding, is December 15th. So as a result of this conversation, I contacted staff right away. They acted quickly and made sure that the application was submitted on time, and I'm grateful for MPP Ciriello and city staff's professionalism in this manner. And without these funds, the city could be short millions of dollars. You know, situations like this just highlight how important it is to keep open, consistent lines of communications with the province, and I'll keep doing all I can to ensure opportunities like this are not missed. So thank you, MPP Ciriello. I look forward to continue to build upon these relationships that benefit our residents and provide tax relief. And another separate group that deserves much recognition, I want to extend a heartfelt thank you to all the hardworking and dedicated volunteers who yet once again delivered another successful Santa Claus Parade in Stoney Creek. This parade is a special tradition for my community. People came from all over our city just to be a part of this and support our local businesses. The parade runs right through Ward 5 from Newman High School right down to Battlefield House, and this simply wouldn't happen without the incredible people who organize this, participate, and give so much of their time every year. And it was so wonderful to see so many familiar faces and neighbors from all over the ward lining the parade route and sharing the joy of Christmas together. And as always, Stoney Creek residents never hesitate to let me know how they're feeling, including the ongoing need for tax relief. So I hear you, and I know that's an important priority for our community. I will continue to fight for the Ward 5 residents. And this year I chose to walk the parade route alongside the truck, and it was fantastic. I had a countless number of conversations with residents, some genuine moments with these residents, and children excited to see Santa, and the long-standing residents there excited to be a part of it once again. So it was nice to be there, connect with people directly, and shake hands, laugh, listen, and soak up the holiday spirit. It was a special event. So thank you again to everyone who helped make this parade another memorable success, and our community shines because of you. Merry Christmas.
Thanks, Councillor Francis. Appreciate that. We are now on to Councillor Cooper, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Just want to mention where I've been in the community over the last period of time since our last council meeting. So Councillor Pauls and I, we went down to All Saints of North American Church and celebrate St. Sebastian Festival with Archpriest Jeffrey Kors. His congregation has grown to the point where he needs to get a new building, and it's just beautiful how he's reached out to his community and really become an integral part of that community down there, and they're doing a beautiful work. As Councillor Spatafora mentioned himself, Councillor Jackson and Councillor Pauls, we attended the dedication of People's Church expansion. This church has gone $10 million into debt in order to expand their daycare to be the biggest daycare I understand in the city. The first facility to have a sensory room on the mountain with respect to helping our people with autism. And And they're just doing a beautiful work. As a matter of fact, they told me about some of the people they reached out into the community with through their sports leagues. And one of the people they reached out to, believe it or not, was Shea Gildas-Alexander when he was a young man. And so he was actively involved in the community sports programs, and we look where he is now. So just that integral piece of being involved in the community that Pastor Tony and Willie are such an integral part of, and just really become a community hub. The mayor and I, we attended the Malali Salmon Jam, and that was a lovely event. Great cooking, okay? And they just did a fabulous job. They wanted us to come back and thank this council for the money that this council has given them, so they could end up creating a cricket pitch or a cricket field where they could actually have a league, okay? And it was a real problem up to that point because of the unlevel ground. So old friends Matthew, Betty, Thomas, our very own Banu, and Sonny just did a terrific job. There might have been about 1,000 people there that night, so that was absolutely lovely, and it was great to be there with the mayor. Attended Annunciation of Our Lord Catholic Elementary School. They have a new principal, Joe Frasini, been there about 3 months. We had a meeting around how we can make our schools safer with Jen Smith, the vice principal, and officers Robinson and Alchin, and we had a powerful meeting in terms of what the city could do, what the police could do, and what the school could do. So really excited about what's going on there, and just the engagement of the principal and the vice principal and how much they care on their school and the community. I was also attended Living Word. It's a Filipino congregation that was started by 4 ladies 30 years ago. They've started 10 churches, and they're just celebrating their 30th anniversary over the weekend. So, and they're in my ward doing powerful work in the community, and you hear about them all the time when you're going door to door. So just doing a beautiful work there. Also mentioned, did a ride along with the Mountain Police Attachment, and talk about people loving on our community. Those folks, it's a dangerous job out there, right? And I have to say that just doing the ride along, if you guys haven't done a ride along, I encourage you to do it. You don't realize what's going on in your community until you go through those neighborhoods and see what's really happening there. And it's a dangerous place, Hamilton, right now, and these guys are doing a great job. So I just want to acknowledge the entire attachment there and the police and the great job that they're doing. One thing that has come up, no matter where I've been in the ward or who I'm meeting with, is the whole idea, as Councillor Francis mentioned, tax relief. I can't tell you how many times I go somewhere and everybody wants to talk about the property taxes and just their inability to sustain ongoing increases in them. So something I know we're going to be focused on in the new year as well. I would also mention Gorley Park. Gorley Park does an exceptional job engaging their community. We had our AGM, met with the volunteers. These people, I can't begin to tell you how much time they donate, and the number of volunteers. They're going to expand their baseball league again this year. They've got a robust group of programs that they're going to be doing, and the city's coming along beside this year, and we're going to be giving them some new play areas and fixing up their water park. So very exciting for that community as well, and just a great job. I really think if someone's thinking of starting a community association, that's probably the place you want to go and talk to. And congratulations to Randy on being re-elected the president again. He just has an excellent team working with him. Councillor Pauls and I, we're going to be having our meeting this Friday on the Upper Wellington Road expansion. And so anyone that's interested in coming out to that, please do. It's posted on our social media sites. And if you haven't got a notice, feel free to reach out to our offices as well. And similarly to the folks that's gone before me, I want to wish folks a Merry Christmas, Happy Hanukkah, Happy Holidays. Just a wonderful time of year where everything kind of pauses and we can spend time with family and friends in a period of renewal. So I wish everyone all the best and a really exciting 2026. I hope it's the best year yet. So thank you, Mayor, for this.
Thanks very much, Councillor Cooper. Councillor Nam, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. This Thursday, the Ward 3 office, the Barton Village BIA, and the Ottawa Street BIA and city staff are co-hosting a community meeting about redesigning Barton Street. The functional design is ready for community consultation. There was a preliminary meeting held at the end of November. This is the second one to give residents an opportunity to attend 6:30 p.m. at Westinghouse headquarters at 286 Sanford Avenue. And there will be an availability for residents to participate virtually as well. So big thanks to staff for pivoting to add this additional community meeting to the schedule in order to make sure residents got an opportunity to provide their feedback. Number 2 is that on December 28th from 1 to 3, with big thanks to recreation staff and services, my office will be hosting a community skate at the Serafini Skate Pad located at the Morelli Center. All are welcome to join for hot chocolate, treats, and skating to my personal playlist. Hey. One day I'll learn how to drive a Zamboni, but for now I look forward to watching the facility staff take care of it. In the meantime, hold the date for January 30th. The Ward 3 Annual Town Hall will be taking place at the Morelli Center. And finally, your annual Ward 3 Community Impact Report will be reaching your mailboxes in the first week of January. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Nan. Councillor McMeekin, please.
Yeah, thanks, Your Worship. I want to begin by picking up on Councillor Spatafora's referencing staff. It'd be nice every once in a while if we got the habit of doing that. I'm pleased to announce that Mike Field will be visiting for several hours in our ward. We'll be touring the pothole-filled roads and other things out our way. And he's picking up on Carolyn Raels, who's now left us. She did a great job. Mike is following in her footsteps. So I'm looking very much forward to that. I got a great deal on a half-ton of apples, and some are going to the food bank and some are going to the Taste Buds program at the high school, and was able to rescue 10 pounds for all of my council colleagues. It's part of our core ministry and of their core vision. So I hope you like apples. That's my Christmas gift to you, each of you. I never ceases to amaze me just how totally awesome and generous people are during, particularly the holiday season. And we have a group called Flamborough Connects, which about 300 seniors are matched with a gift, and there are people who donate a gift. And the Rotary clubs are there, the church groups are there, even a couple of developers have been raising toy drives. Which has been very helpful. Finally, it's never a finally, but let me try. I consider myself a child of privilege. Being born in a great city like Hamilton, in a country like Canada, the opportunity to go to school, to work, raise a family, play here. Last night, my beloved and I had the opportunity to attend the Andrea Bocelli concert. And I got to tell you, it was a packed house. I've been to over 40 years or so to concerts in London, New York, Paris, Toronto, Montreal, Vancouver, Barcelona, Baalbek in Lebanon, Jerusalem, Port of Vallarta, Vegas, Edinburgh, Hungary, Germany, et cetera, et cetera. But I got to tell you, of all the performances I've ever had the privilege of attending, last night just blew me away. I've never experienced anything like it. It was the most professionally choreated, whatever that word is, choreographed presentation of an incredible array of orchestra, choir, Bocelli and his friends. And sitting right behind us were about 8 people from the city of Toronto, Your Worship. And they were all very loud. And, it was amazing as they were chronicling the restaurants they attended. They couldn't believe the facility. They were just blown away by the performance. And I got to tell you, there were times, at least 3 times, I teared up during the concert and just was so proud of our city and what that venue is going to mean. I think of matching it up with the LRT. And the kind of investment that's going to bring. Kitchener, I think, was over $3 billion in new investment. I am very, when you hear me talk about the need to be optimistic, I'm very optimistic for our city, our whole city, not just the downtown core, our whole city. So I leave you with those thoughts, and I'll be back. I'll tell you, it was, I understand the Guess Who are reunited to play there. I don't want to miss that, I'll tell you. Anyhow, it's wonderful. Our downtown is really coming alive, and it was a crowd, and they were excited. It was really something. I don't know who else was there, but maybe that, anyhow, make sure you check it out.
Thank you, Councillor McMeekin. Councillor Jackson, please.
Thank you, Mayor Horvath. I have two public service announcements and then a Christmas greeting. On Saturday, January 3rd of the new year, from 5 to 7 p.m., Councillor Tom Jackson is sponsoring a free skate for 2 hours at the Leuna 4-Ice Center at Mohawk Sports Park. So families, children, individuals, get out on Saturday, January 3rd. It's the blue rink of the 4 rinks at the quad pad. It'll be the blue rink, Saturday, January 3rd from 5 to 7 p.m. A free, underline the word free, holiday skate. Enjoy it, sponsored by my office. Secondly, Mayor Horvath, the staff today and my council colleagues enjoyed a fabulous meal that was donated by his volunteer efforts and his great culinary skills. He happens to work for the Ward 6 and Ward 14 office. Samuel John Minetti, who's up in the gallery. Samuel John, thank you for the lovely meal that you presented. Beautiful roast beef luncheon with all the trimmings, potatoes, pasta, and what's become my favorite, the white mac and cheese. I'll never go back to the original orange, Sam, so thank you very much. And may I also say on behalf of the Minetti family, on behalf of Councillor Spatafora and myself, congratulations, Aguri, on reaching a monumental milestone. Reverend Pasquale Minetti, Sam's father, in celebration of his 90th birthday on November 30th. I want to read a little research that I've done, and Councillor Spatafora and I wanted to congratulate Reverend Pasquale Minetti. His life and God's calling in his pastoral ministry has been an inspiration to many, many people, both within his congregations in Welland, Fort Erie, Buffalo, St. Catharines, Hamilton, and beyond for 52 years. His journey of coming to Canada in 1957 from his ancestral home in Calabria, Italy, is a classic immigrant story. Pastor, your love and spiritual guidance is a model for other pastors and spiritual leaders to follow. It's my office's and Councillor Spatafora's honor to salute you on that historic day. God bless, continued richest blessings from Ward 6 and Ward 14. Sam, to your father, please. Lastly, Mayor Horvath, my traditional Christmas greeting, which is the same greeting I gave at Cable 14. Something about Christmas time makes you wish it was Christmas every day. See the joy in the children's eyes, the way that the old folks smile, say that Christmas will never go away. Those words in the chorus of Bryan Adams' song still ring true for me this time of year. And I also hearken to the words and the verses of the song by Stevie Wonder. Someday at Christmas, there'll be no more wars when we have learned what Christmas is for. When we have found what life's really worth, there'll be peace on earth. Someday at Christmas, we'll see a land with no hungry children, no empty hand. One happy morning, people will share a world where people care. Mayor Horvath, both of these renditions and messages are timely and most appropriate and powerful for our current times. There is something in the air that is unmistakable at Christmas. Families and friends and loved ones who have been apart or estranged during the year are gathered together at Christmas. Gifts and goodwill are exchanged. Bountifulness at the meal table are enjoyed by many. However, we must be even more mindful and compassionate and helpful to those that are struggling and isolated and shut-ins, such as many seniors in our community are. As we close out 2025, Mayor Horvath, which was another challenging but I feel productive year at City Hall, even amidst the turbulence globally, on behalf of my Ward 6 team, Samantha, Nancy, Samuel, and Karen, I want to wish each and every one of the constituents of the East Mountain community a very Merry Christmas, Happy Hanukkah, and a blessed and healthy and happy 2026. Thanks, Mayor Horvath.
Thank you, Councillor Jackson. Councillor Beattie, please.
Thank you, Mayor Horvath. I don't know why I said it like that, but
That's okay, Councillor Beatty.
the Ward 10 report. I need to make a correction. Councillor Francis stated that the Stony Creek Santa Claus Parade takes place in Ward 5, approximately 10 meters in depth and 500 meters in length. Does take place in Ward 10 because we do have the shared boundary of Grays Road. So just so you know, 0.005% does take place in Ward 10. And thank you, Mayor, for showing up in that wonderful restored cherry red sports car of yours.
Oh, no, I wish.
No?
I wish. It was donated.
Sorry to put you on the spot there. It was really cool, and just mirroring Councillor Francis's words, there are many, many volunteers that go into making that festival, that celebration as smooth running as it is, and my hat's off to all of them for the different service clubs, organizations throughout Stony Creek who continue over the decades to make that happen. Myself and Councillor Brad Clark have continued our tradition of bringing the largest Christmas tree we could find. It was about 13 feet long. We hoisted it into the back of my truck and drove through Stony Creek along with my office team and their families. Always such a great time, and happy to continue to support the parade along with my fellow Stony Creek councillors. Speaking of parades, on your way to the parade in Bimbrook on Saturday, drop by 50 United Church in Winona for the annual Breakfast with Santa. It's put on by our First Winona Scout group for the past 40 years. And it's just $10 a person, a great value. Kids under 4 are free, and it takes place between 8 and 11 at 50 United Church, just east of 50 Road in Winona. And speaking of traditions, the newest tradition my office has been happy to support in our community is our annual holiday free skate. We have several opportunities again this year, including December 20th, 22nd, 29th, 30th, 27th, and 3rd of January. So 6 opportunities for a free skate at the Saltfleet Arena, various times posted. All we ask is a donation to our local Stony Creek Food Bank. And for someone who doesn't skate himself, I do like to provide as many opportunities for those who do skate, and of course the Winona Park Outdoor Rink is part of that contingent. We're happy to continue to support that. Volunteers will be getting ready to get the rink built over the holidays. The weather is indicative of such, ready to start freezing. This has been a great community tradition over the past 70 years, on again, off again, and I'm continued to have my office support this great endeavor. And lastly, of course, Mayor, a very Merry Christmas to yourself, to all of my colleagues around the Horseshoe, to all staff up in the gallery and listening elsewhere, and of course to every resident of Stony Creek, Fruitland, Winona, and all of Hamilton. We'll look forward to seeing you back for a productive and exciting 2026.
Thanks very much, Councillor Beatty. There are no other councillors that have any remarks, but I do have a few of my own, and I've cut it shorter because I know we still have our private and confidential piece of the work to do today. But I do want to say that I've been proud this past year to work with other councillors, and particularly as well as we've all worked together with ministers of the Crown, both federal and provincial, so our local MPs and MPPs and their teams to really deliver some things that are happening in Hamilton. That it really shows that those efforts are paying off. And so, of course, just today we had the announcement with Minister Flack here on the minister's zoning order for the Jamesville redevelopment. I think Councillor Francis mentioned a particular item that he was flagged on. Not too long ago, Minister Maninder Sidhu from the federal ministry was here to talk about with MP Danko, who was our former colleague, as well as MP Rana, with Ron Bedard from DeFasco to talk about the federal government's initiatives around protecting and growing our steel industry. Of course, Hamilton being the steel city of our country, it means a lot for Hamilton workers and Hamilton businesses, so I was happy to invite them here for that announcement. We also have seen so much investment, particularly in the life sciences sector, recently at Adamville, movie where they were talking about their $138 million expansion plans, and were able to celebrate that with Minister Vic Fideli, Minister Stephen Lecce, MPP Ciriello. So the bottom line is we're doing all the things necessary to make sure that we're on the map as a city, and I'm grateful for the work that folks are doing to make sure that we're that we're doing everything we can, because it's Hamiltonians that benefit. And as I said today at our press conference, keep those ministers coming, because they're usually here for good news, and we appreciate that. I also want to acknowledge and thank the members who talked about some of the things that they have done in this in the community recently. I want to thank particularly Councillor Pauls, who did a yeoman's job, yeoman person's job in representing me when I couldn't make it to all the events. I have a huge list of them that I did make it to, but I'm cognizant of the fact that we're getting late in the day. So I do want to say that I'm grateful to all of the organizations that have reached out and invited me as the mayor and other councillors to participate in their celebrations, whether they be season related or not. The bottom line is that's what Hamilton is. It's the people. And I think I've said this before, and again, it was fun to be at the Malayali event the other day with Councillor Cooper. We're a very diverse community, and having the opportunity to spend time with folks in our community is something that I treasure as the mayor, and I know that you all do as well. Lastly, I just wanted to mention it was Eastgate Ford that donated the beautiful red 1966 Ford ragtop with cherry red with a white top, so it was kind of like Christmas oriented, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, they did a great job and appreciated their donation in terms of the Stony Creek Santa Claus Parade. By the way, I grew up on Grays Road, so I get a tiny bit of the cred for that particular space. But really, lastly, as we gather with families, friends, and loved ones, I want to extend my warmest wishes to everyone across our great city. The season now that we have invites us to reflect, to give thanks, and to appreciate the spirit of compassion and community that defines Hamilton. And I have to say, I am continually inspired by the generosity I see in Hamiltonians each and every day. Hamilton is a place where people look out for one another in our neighborhoods, our workplaces, our schools, and our community groups. And as we step into 2026, we carry with us the progress we've made, from investing in housing and infrastructure to strengthening services and building opportunity. But there's more work ahead, but there's also so much potential in front of us. My hope is this will be a year where we meet our challenges with determination and each other with compassion, where understanding softens division, empathy quiets anger, and hope rises above fear. I want to also, before I finish off with a final greeting or a final celebratory note, thank my staff. We all do our best here at City Hall, but the staff in the mayor's office are amazing, and I certainly wouldn't be able to accomplish anything I have been able to accomplish without all of them. And of course, council as a whole is a big part of moving the city forward. So to Uzma Qureshi and Wynn Baker, who are here, and the other staff who are still here in the back offices, and for those who are no longer here today, I'm very grateful. And I want to thank you very much for everything you do for me, but also for the city of Hamilton in your daily work. So ending off my remarks then, I really do hope that this holiday brings peace, joy, and a chance to rest to the people of the city. And from my family to yours, I wish you all the best for a safe, happy holiday season. Merry Christmas, Chag Sameach, happy Kwanzaa, and enjoy the Yule or the winter solstice, as one of our colleagues said on his Cable 14 greetings. It's been a year. And next year will be, I believe, a wonderful year for our city and hopefully for Hamiltonians. Thanks all to my council colleagues and to our city staff who've done such great work for us and for the people of Hamilton over this last year. And that is the end of our statements by members. And so we are now going to move on to the next piece of our agenda, which is private and confidential. And we're going to start with the closed session minutes of November 19th, 2025. May I have a motion to adopt the closed session minutes of the November 19th, 2025 meeting as presented? Councillor McMeekin, seconded by Councillor Cooper. Thank you. Can we have a show of hands on those minutes, folks? All in favor? Any opposed? That one carries. Thanks very much. Members of council, do you wish to move into closed session to discuss item 12.12, appointment to the City Housing Hamilton Board of Directors, and 12.3, appointments to the Committee of Adjustment? Anybody wanting to do that? Seeing, you want to move into a closed session for these appointments? We don't have to, but if you'd like to, that's fine. Okay, all right. Okay, that's great. So then we'll then go to the appointments themselves. 12.2 is the appointment to the City Housing Hamilton Board of Directors. Councillor Cassar, would you please present your motion?
Thank you. Moved by me, seconded by Councillor Tattison. Appointment to the City Housing Hamilton Board of Directors, that the following individual be appointed to the City Housing Hamilton Board of Directors for the remainder of the 2022-2026 council term commencing December 10th, 2025, and until a successor is appointed. The successful candidate was Minda Richardson. Congratulations.
Congratulations. Thank you. And now we take the electronic vote, I guess, in just to confirm that that's the appointed candidate. So that's electronic. Thank you. It's up. That carries 13-0. Thanks very much. We're on to 12.3, the appointment to the Committee of Adjustment. Councillor Cassar, would you please present your motion?
Thank you. Also moved by me, seconded by Councillor Tattison again, that the following individual be appointed to the Committee of Adjustment for the remainder of the 2022 to 2026 council term commencing December 10th, 2025, and until a successor is appointed. The successful candidate is Yannicka Rabeau. Congratulations.
Thanks very much, and congratulations, but we must formalize that with the vote. The vote is up. And that carries as well, 13-0. Thanks very much, and thanks, Councillor Cassar and committee members for the work on the committee to bring those appointees to us. We are now moving into closed session, and so may I please have a motion to move into closed session to consider items 12.6 and 12.8 respecting PED 275, acquisition of property Ward 2, and the Committee of Adjustment Decision 282 DeWitt Road, Stony Creek, pursuant to Section 9.3, subsection C, E, and K of the City's Procedural Bylaw 21-021, as amended, and Section 2392, subsection C, E, and K of the Ontario Municipal Act 2001, as amended, as the subject matter pertains to a proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of land for city or local board purpose, litigation or potential litigation, including matters before administrative tribunals affecting the municipality or local board, and a position, plan, procedure, criteria, or instruction to be applied to any negotiations carried on or to be carried on by or on behalf of the city or local board. So we have a mover to go into camera then, Councillor Beattie, Councillor Pauls. Can we have a vote on that, please? Electronic vote? Oh, is it? Okay, we'll go with a. People wanted to close already? Okay, it's up. And that carries 13-0. Thanks very much. Members of the public, the meeting will continue following the closed session portion of the meeting. When you see the members rejoin the meeting, council will wait up to 5 minutes upon reconvening an open session before proceeding with the meeting to provide members of the public and the media time to return. We'll now go into closed. Thanks very much. We are now back in open session. Members of council, please ensure you're back in the open portal of eScribe. And we're, I think, ready to go as per the nod I got from the clerks, so from Clerk Trenum, so thanks very much. We're on 12.6 then, PED 25275, Acquisition of Property, Ward 2. May I have a motion to receive and maintain the confidentiality of report PED 25275? Moved by Councillor Cratchin, seconded by Councillor Wang.
I want to move to defer, if I could.
Oh, that's right, it was to defer. I apologize.
Okay, I'll read it out if it's okay. I'm just moving to refer, pardon me, I think it is. Report PED 25275 to the next meeting of the General Issues Committee in accordance with the direction provided in closed session, and that the report and instructions remain confidential. And I need a seconder.
Seconder is Councillor Wang.
Thank
Okay,
you.
so can we go to the electronic vote then, unless there are any questions, which there probably aren't? And there, the vote is up. Okay, that carries 14-0. Thank you very much. We are now on to 12.8, Committee of Adjustment Decision 282 DeWitt Road, Stony Creek. May I have a motion to approve the directions to staff in closed session? Moved by Councillor Beattie, seconded by Councillor Spadafora. Can we go to the electronic vote, please? That carries 14-0. Thanks very much. And we are now on to the bylaws. Councillor Pauls, may I have the motion on the bills?
Okay, I thought I had a loud enough voice. Thank you, Mayor. It's moved by myself and second by Councillor Jackson that bills number 25221 to 25234 be passed, and that the corporate seal be affixed thereto, and that the bylaw by number be signed by the mayor and the city clerk to read as follows.
Thanks very much.
Just want to point out for everybody that that does include the new amending bylaw based on the amendment to the budget, just so it's clear, that's 234.
Okay, thanks very much. And so what I'm just wanting to make sure why it is you're flagging that for council members, so that if they want to.
Just because it wouldn't have appeared in the original publication, it was added as a result of the passing amendment to the budget.
For the public.
So just clear for the public.
Okay, all right. Thanks very much. So the bylaws being in front of us, please cast your electronic vote or put your thumbs up for those who have logged off.
Up for me.
Or down. That carries 14-0. There being no further business, the meeting is now adjourned. Enjoy the holiday season, everyone, with your friends, your family. Have a happy holiday. I hope everybody enjoys it. Merry Christmas. Thank you. Thank you.
If you find an extra phone.
Yes.